Hello, hello, hello. I almost kind of fucked up today. I completely forgot to start the go live button on the YouTube side, where I basically was like, okay, go live, but I didn't realize I was supposed to click the go live button inside YouTube's tab itself too. Which go me. Honestly, go me. I just end up doing this to myself, you know? Honestly, today feels a bit of a drag. You know, it's just one of those days, you know? Um, so, hello everyone, how's it going? Just another day. It's basically just another day. Literally yesterday, I was just, after stream, I just happened to have fun. Literally, I went to go see one of my friends, after the stream, and they were just like, hey, so how was Pal World? And I was like, oh. uh, and then I just continued talking about how I actually like Pal World. I was like, yeah, it's pretty much a bit of a learning curve, and then it was like, oh, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. When it comes to Pal World, it is definitely a bit of a learning curve. So today we will be playing it again because I made a promise yesterday that I would play it again. So that's going to be on the agenda. Though I also have a plan to play with a squad, and I think that's going to come after I play the game a bit more. So yeah, it's pretty exciting. Also, I actually don't remember if I talked about this, but apparently, if there's anybody here that plays VR chat, I'm not sure if anybody knows, but uh, a lot of public window models, which is the model that Filian uses, essentially just got wiped. Studio Jingo apparently filed a DMCA towards VRChat itself, and they had to comply. And basically every single window model that was out there is just gone. Apparently, when that happened, I think a lot of people made that same joke. They basically blamed Filian for it. Filian's not even been streaming nowadays. Right now, she still has her long, drawn-out ARG thing going on, which is kind of killing any momentum that she's having right now. The momentum that she has right now is just fading. There's some people that are angry, some people that are annoyed that she's taking this long to get back to streaming. To be honest, I don't know what's going on. I personally don't know what's going on with her. And frankly, that's not really any of my business to know. She's making her own decisions, and that's completely within her right, So, it is what it is. There's actually one game I want to play again on stream at some point. I don't know if people know this, but one of the first highlight reels I tried to do in the past was when I played Super Mario RPG for the first time. For the first time? Why the fuck did I say the first time? Well, technically for the first time on stream. Because before then I had already played the game. Though I don't think I could play it to completion, which is the issue. I know how it ends, but I don't think when I first played it, I played it to completion. At some point, I actually do want to do that. And I would like to play it on stream again. I'm tired. Literally before I started streaming today, there was this sore that I had that was like inside my mouth. I don't know if people have those things where if you accidentally like bite your lip or you bite your cheek or something, it like gets inflamed. There's something like that in my mouth, but it's in an area where I can't exactly bite it, but it's like right where my chin is. So I had to start medicine just to take care of that issue. I don't know how it happens, but not only is it disgusting, but it's like, ow, owie, owie, owie. To be honest, it's even hard enough just, going through the day, not be in complete pain. Also, in good news, uh, we managed to do it. I actually myself convinced Eden to stream with me again. At least I hope I did. Which means you're going to be seeing Eden on the channel a lot more. So I'm actually really, really excited for that. Where a lot more people are going to be excited to see Eden on the channel. Okay, at least the YouTube stuff is up. Also, here's what's strange. I opened my YouTube today to get everything set up, and then all of a sudden my whole page goes blank. I was wondering, hey, what the fuck is going on? Then I had to refresh the page, and I find out, oh my gosh, suspicious activity. Hello, Hashtag Champion. Welcome to the stream. We're just getting settled in, just getting warmed up before we do a little bit of reactions and then a little bit of Power World. But also, I must say, yeah, I don't know why this happened. Like my Google account decided to kick me out and just go suspicious activity found, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I scanned through my suspicious activity logs, and then all of a sudden it's like, that's my own sign-in. I literally just launched my phone to launch my YouTube and get everything set up, and you decide, oh, the malware found, and I'm like, what? Google, I own this shit. What are you doing? This is how I know that Google is, in a way, can be also painful. Because they're the ones that are essentially scamming that essentially allowed MCNs to essentially flourish across their platform and scam thousands of creators. And yet when it comes to their own freaking platform where I'm just simply signing in to start streaming myself, all of a sudden it's just going to be like, we think there may be some malware on your account. Maybe you should go take care of that first before you sign back in. And I'm like, motherfucker, fuck you. I own this shit. There's nobody else that owns my account. I own all my accounts. Me. And I've two-factor authenticated it. I've two-factor authenticated it. That I have all the specific protections. I'm not going to put in my phone number. I'm not going to put in my address. Stop prompting me to do that. Fuck off. Fuck you. Let me have my peace. This is why I switched you out for Proton. This is why people like myself are switching you out for Proton and self-hosted shit. It sucks because we need your service because that's how we can make content. And you are destined to make our lives so exceedingly difficult with your PR bullshit that we almost question why there's no other platform that can do what you do and just do it better. We're stuck with you. You're fucking us in the ass, and we're stuck with you. We can't leave. And you know this, and you know that you know this, and you will do everything in your power to make it exceedingly miserable. Ay, ay, ay. I just don't get it. Yeah, fuck man, Google and YouTube. Super annoying. Super, super annoying. Oh man. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. Mm. It sucks when you have to essentially live through a um, mouth that is essentially hurting and is actively looking to ruin your day as well. But it's okay. I'm a professional. I'll push it against it. I'll rise above. We just got like a couple of videos to react to today. I think today I kind of just want to chill for a little bit. But also, apparently, yesterday was Kershaw's birthday. I'll admit I didn't know that. I think I did see it on the timeline, but unfortunately, I didn't say anything. Which fuck me, I guess. Though apparently, from what I saw, it seems Kershaw got some pretty nice birthday greetings. To be honest, I actually kind of want to have a look at that and see what people have said. So I'm going to quickly switch. So I'm going to quickly switch over to that. So this is during I think her. This is I think during her birthday stream. I think. To be honest, I've never really done a birthday stream. Most of the time, if I'm celebrating my birthday, it's always off stream. I don't know why. It just feels weird for me to basically celebrate a birthday on stream. But you know, everybody has their tastes, and I respect it. I'd probably do it myself if I could as well. Right? But I guess it also depends on the certain circumstances too. Yeah. So anyways, here we got ourselves a little bit of a compilation here. Let's go have a look towards it together, shall we? All right, music off. Oh wait, I've completely... Fuck me. You think the website audio would work when... Ay, ay, ay. That proton didn't hurt it. Ugh, stupid proton. Stupid proton.
See, you can see the things falling off too.
Happy birthday, Kershaw. I hope you
Oh
have
look,
fun
it's Pippi.
today, and I just want to say thank you for being such an inspiration to everyone, myself included.
Thank you for being cute, Pippi. Thank you.
Oh my god, it's Celestium. Oh my god, Celestium. I'll be honest, I find a lot of the Christian VTuber scene nowadays a lot insufferable. I just find them completely insufferable. For a majority of them, and for Celestium, they kind of do fall into that category a little bit. But that's for my own reasons, but this is not the time and place for it right now.
I won't repeat what I said earlier. I already got it out of my system chat.
Happy birthday. The Bostonian Foxy Woman is super bass.
I didn't seriously heard at platforms like that as Google. Like, Google be like, suspicious activity found.
You guys are really great. You're really amazing, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
For being really brave as you are always. You're really an inspiration, and I hope that God blesses you with many more years.
I don't know if it counts coming from
Frickin'
me
God.
because I'm no longer a practicing Catholic, but I hope God blesses you too, Celestium lady.
Remember, Celestium, turn the other cheek if someone blasphemizes your religion. Just saying.
Hello, Fox
Look
Wyman,
at that
and happy
lady.
birthday from
Oh, that's a
both
cute
Ron
model.
and myself. I hope you have the most best.
That is the most gremlin-looking model I have ever seen. Holy shit, who is this one? Mokona? How is it I've never heard of them until now? Damn, I wish my birthday message was on there. Maybe next year.
This most wonderfulest day ever, and happy heckin' birthday.
Happy birthday! Wait, no, it's me birthday.
Happy birthday, Kirsha. I hope you're having a wonderful day today.
Pickle.
And that you get to eat many
Pickle.
tasty things. We are
I mean, I
all
didn't heard
very
it. Google has rivals.
to have
Oh, no
you
shit.
with us. Thank
Of
you
course
for
they have
being a
rivals.
wonderful friend and the best
The
Fox
problem is,
Wyman.
those particular rivals are just as,
Man,
Stupid.
you and I could make a crazy podcast where both of us just talk in our nice low cadence.
Okay, come on. No, come on. I don't need a fucking ASMR podcast now with Kershaw. Come on.
voices. That'd be dangerous.
Well, let me move myself over
You're
here.
the best.
No, you.
I
There you
love
go.
you. Mwah.
Mwah. Thank you, Moke and the lady.
Oh gosh, it's fucking Smuggle. Oh, I noticed Smuggle Alana. You know, I still love giving Alana shit over her bias towards the Cinder situation. That's because I think that particular instance will be the one thing that will be a blemish on her record. Because otherwise, she's fine. Otherwise, Alana is fine. It's just the fact that she was so biased against Cinder in the Smuggle Alana situation. Sorry, in the Cinder situation, because I'm pretty sure she wants that little bit of that nanoless, freaky deaky, model art, if you know what I'm saying.
Thank you guys. Smuggalana. Oh my goodness.
Hi, Kirsha.
Hi.
I heard it's your birthday.
What are your mods told me?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
1 year closer to death.
True.
Welcome to the club. I hope you have an amazing birthday and lots and lots of yummy food. Keep yourself safe, keep yourself strapped.
Yeah.
And stay crazy, bitch. Stay
am.
crazy, bitch.
You know I will.
Happy birthday.
Now admit, hey Smuggle Alana, now you did that, admit that nanoless was a flyer.
Birthday, Kershie. I
Oh,
wanted
that
to
was so cute from Smuggalana. I'm gonna tunnel in the snow outside of a fucking house.
Hey, it's
Let's
Cha-Cha.
go. Also, Cha-Cha's background is really.
Bruh, I still sometimes watch back that video that I have of that meet and greet I did with Cha-Cha. That was still so funny, but also kind of looking back at it, I was like, you know, I really could have pushed the comedy in that a little bit more. I always feel like I struggle with my improv comedy sometimes, but I think it's also part of practice. You just have to practice to get better at something. But hey, to be honest, I think any kind of thing you want to get better at, you just got to practice at it. Like any kind of improv comedy, that's why a lot of these streams essentially help in just talking to people, because in some ways I need to push the comedy a little bit more.
Really fucking cute with her little pies here. I like that. It's like how I have the cubes in the background of my house.
Hey, thank you for inviting me to play Fears to Fathom again. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for letting me be your best boyfriend ever.
Wait a minute, did she just say best oh yeah, from Fierce to Fat. I was like, hold up, how is she my boyfriend? I thought she was my sister. We're just trading roles here. Thank you for being my boyfriend, sister.
I'm excited that you're getting
Okay.
a model. Like, I'm really excited.
I'm
I want
excited!
to see how that
Super
turns out.
excited.
Yes, so in the upcoming weeks,
Oh yeah, I forgot. She actually made that happen. Because I think Kershaw was having troubles getting like a official live 2D model, and it looks like Cha-Cha managed to hook Kershaw up with someone, because I think Kershaw had to deal with a lot of scammers, which it does suck, but hey, huge props to Cha-Cha for helping a girl out.
when you get your new model, I'm so excited to see
I'm
it. I'm glad that we can
excited!
find an artist for you and a rigger and everything. I'm super excited to do that conspiracy stream with you and Alana
Yes,
on
yes,
the
yes!
16th. Have a happy birthday, Kirsty!
Thank you! Thank you!
Bye, Kirsty!
Yeah, scammers. I hate those types as well. Dude, I don't think anybody likes any scammer. To be honest, there's actually a video I want to react to of like one of the most angriest scammers in the world, and it's one of the most funniest videos I've ever seen. I think there's like a section in that particular video I just want to replay over and over again. Oh, I think that's it. Damn. But apparently they're doing like a conspiracy stream. To be honest, I actually don't know too many conspiracy streams. Most of the conspiracy stuff I hear about is what is from like the music side of things. There's even a huge conspiracy I hear about where the elites in the music industry are basically not pushing rock and metal music as much as they used to. They're trying to prioritize, the hip hops and the raps and the mumble raps and all this sort of stuff because they think, oh, hey, Zeel, why be watching the Fox Zoo? Oh, basically we were just going over their birthday greetings. Apparently there was some from, there was apparently some from Pippi, there was some from Celestium, which I admit, a lot of the Christian VTubers have issues. There's some from Makona, from Pickle, which, nice. There's another one from Smuggalana, Smuggalana wishing her a happy birthday and all that. And I was like, hey, now Alana, the moment you do this, will you admit that Nanolis is a liar? And apparently also, Cha-Cha managed to come in clutch with getting Kershaw a new model and rigger. And they're going to be doing a conspiracy stream with Kirsha and Alana. To be honest, I kind of, as a joke, this is kind of like a stupid joke in my mind, but it's like, what if they go over the conspiracy that they're biased for Nanolis? That would be really funny. As streamer, I just hate how Twitch is more than Kick, but almost both back platforms. To be honest, yeah. I think the thing about Kick is that it started as a Twitch ripoff because the person who founded it, Trainwrecks, gambling got banned from the Twitch side. Even though there's a lot of hypocrisy surrounding that particular discussion. So they created Kick as a way to essentially continue the gambling addiction. Cha-Cha collabed with Kier and heard about Kier's mom once and said, I'm your mom now. Listen, Fillion, you're getting left behind. If you come back now, you can become Cha-Cha's mom again. Where are you? At this point, she's kind of killing a lot of momentum that she has with this ARG because it's so drawn out. But hey, she does what she wants to do. I'm not going to fault her for it. I love conspiracy streams as well, especially on politics. There's actually one particular conspiracy I've been hearing about, because, hold on, if I can find it. It was on a channel called Rockfeed, and this was basically about Billy Corgan from the Smashing Pumpkins, and he's talking about a certain conspiracy on the plot on the dark side of the music industry to destroy rock music. And it's actually a pretty interesting discussion because it's like, what if there's actually validity to these rumors? If you have a look at this.
Pumpkins frontman Billy Corgan has apparently struck a nerve after some recent comments he made about rock music and its decline went absolutely viral. I posted about it on X. It got over 1 million views and a ton of responses. We even had Kurt Loder, the legend from MTV, responding, and even a music video director for Taylor Swift offering his perspective on what happened.
Rock died when it separated itself from sex, did a video for a huge rock band, and they argued over the male gaze. PC and rock is death. Everyone would rather be Rolling Stone magazine than the Rolling Stones. Music is ultimately driven by horny teenagers, and they fled to rap. Interesting. That could be another possibility, too. But it's a very interesting discussion over why rock music isn't being as pushed as they are now.
But today I want to talk about the reaction to what Billy Corgan had to say on his podcast about the state of rock music, and maybe a hidden hand behind the scenes influencing its decline. The Smashing Pumpkins frontman recently went on his podcast, The Magnificent Others, and laid out something he says he's witnessed firsthand over the past 25 years. That rock music has been deliberately dialed down in the culture. Not that it faded naturally, not that people just stopped caring. He believes it was pushed out. And the reaction has been interesting to say the least. A lot of articles mocking him, dismissing him, picking apart his later career albums instead of engaging with what he actually said. But here's the thing. For all the criticism, almost nobody addressed the strongest point. And that's what we're talking about. Corgan described being around MTV in 97 and 98, and watching the network abruptly shift away from rock when rock was still enormously popular. He said,
Then again, rock music used to be really good. It really used to be. There is still some good rock music out there, but you just really have to dig through the trenches to find it. Like, for example, one of the most modern metal bands that I really enjoy is Era. Era usually puts out some really good stuff. Their self-titled album is not really for me, but I don't mind it any less. Because I think during that time they were going a little bit more for that Bad Omens kind of thing, which is like, it's fine. But then they released Echo Sonata and their most recent album, A Night to Silence, and it was really, really good. And it was really good. Streetlight Manifesto came back after a 13-year hiatus. Wait, I've heard of that. I've actually heard of that name. I've heard of that name. Hold on. Is it what I think it is? Yeah, they're a ska band from Brunswick, New Jersey. I actually definitely have heard of this band before. Dude, that is wild. Oh, and they're basically now part of an independent record label. You probably heard of them from Emilio Watson. That is why. That is why. I definitely heard of that name. Does anybody here know a band called Dog Fashion Disco?
standards and practices changed overnight.
Dog Fashion Disco. Dog Fashion Disco is a avant-garde metal band, and they usually put out a lot of like artsy type of metal. But the thing is, they have usually put out a lot of good bangers as well. I'll definitely play one of their music on stream just so you know what it sounds like.
Watching the network abruptly shift away from rock when rock was still enormously popular. He said standards and practices changed overnight. Content that had previously been off limits was suddenly allowed. He called it a gravity shift and referenced a wizard behind the curtain pulling strings. He was careful to say that
I wouldn't say it's like a wizard behind the strings, but it definitely feels more like a group effort in some ways, because the music industry is large. It's very, very large. And for the most part, I do think there was probably a group of execs that were basically thinking, okay, we've gone through all the rock stuff and the punk stuff. What's the next big thing that we can basically cash off of? Oh, rap music is starting to basically boost up in popularity. There's a lot more pop stuff coming out of the woodworks in 2000. Cool. Let's push that to the high extremes. Push all of our pop artists. Push all of our rap artists. Go all in on that. Make a huge empire off of it. And we'll be super rich. That's what I feel like happened for the most part. Because when it comes to rock, it's really supposed to be one of those things where its whole purpose was to be anti-establishment. And that particular message has not really wavered. So I think there was a lot of people that were essentially scared of the power and influence that it could have. Though it is very interesting to note that I remember there was like a long time ago, there was a survey that was done. I think it was like a survey, or it was like data or something from like one of the largest music websites. And it notes that rock and metal is considered number one in the most listened to genres of all time. So there is still some influence there. There is still heavy influence from rock and metal music still prevalent today. That also happens on everything as well, right? Pretty much. That is pretty much how it works. Because the music industry, first and foremost, is a business, and they're going to prioritize wanting something like profit, which is what a lot of companies essentially do. What's actually funny is that rap struggles to take off because non-blacks can't sing it due to the prevalence of the N-word, even if it's a soft A. Yeah, that's another thing too. Wait, is Logic for example is white, right? I don't know if there's any song you could name where Logic, for example, says the N-word. At least I don't think. I could be wrong.
Music came out of the genres that replaced rock on TV. He wasn't trashing hip hop or pop by any measure. His point was about the mechanism, that the shift itself felt engineered, not organic. He also revealed that during the Bush administration, he was personally approached by elements of the US government about participating in some sort of an influence campaign. He compared it to a scene from Eyes Wide Shut and declined to share specifics. He referenced claims by others that the CIA may have been involved in the cultural shift. He said that was above his pay grade, but he couldn't dismiss it because he watched it happen in real time. Here's a little bit of what he said.
Who was the wizard behind the crew? All I know is I saw the gravity shift. Okay. If you were at MTV or around MTV 1997, 98, suddenly they decided rock was out.
Right.
When rock was still very, very high up in the thing. And it was replaced by rap.
Right.
They immediately changed the way their standards and practices immediately shifted.
Right.
So now that things that weren't allowed were suddenly allowed, people were waving guns. Okay. So some people assert that the CIA was involved in all that, again, above my pay grade, but I saw it happen. I did witness it happen. Okay.
Right.
And of course, great music came out of it. So it's not like it's not a barren wasteland where something was pushed in that replaced something. Qualitative things and great artists came in, but there was this overt shift. I saw it happen.
Right.
And then now, as you pointed out, rap seems to be waning in terms of its cultural influence.
Right.
Pop is completely dominant. Rock is probably the most dominant ticket selling thing in the Western world, and yet there's almost no representation of rock in culture.
Right.
So why do we have that schism? I think they purposely dialed down the ability of rock stars to have a voice in the culture.
Now, for all of the criticism,
There is probably some truth in that, where they probably had to pull some strings to make sure that rock doesn't have the same influence that it had back in the day. We probably won't really know for a long time. Eminem is one of the few that's huge, and he doesn't say it for that reason. The funny thing is, Eminem started actually being a part of the nu metal culture, because he was collaborating with people like Limp Bizkit and Kid Rock for a couple stuff, and I think he was around the time MTV was beginning to be really popular in the 2000s. He introduced various rock bands before they went out to perform. So Eminem started basically being around the rock people before his popularity grew so big that it got him in with the pop crowd, with the likes of Rihanna and all these other people. Nowadays, Eminem kind of fell off. He's kind of been more political, but he's also been a lot more on the anti-Trump side of things, which, that's completely within your right if you'd like to do that. But I think also more so, his music hasn't been hitting the same as it used to. Also, Eminem technically did find a way to say the N-word, or at least a hard R. In the song "The Way I Am," there's this lyric where he's like, "You think I'm some wigger?" Wigger. That is actually a lyric in the song. I'll prove it right now. So it's around, I think, verse 3. Yeah, this one. To deal with these cocky Caucasians who think I'm some wigger who just tries to be black, because I talk with an accent and grab on my balls, and so they always keep asking the same fucking questions. So he kind of found a way to say it without actually saying it. And apparently this particular line was related to the Howard Stern show. And funny part is, we can't even say any slur with our music and truths as well. I mean, nowadays, I feel like if you were to get away with something like that, people will try to give you hell for it. But I think if that were to happen, I feel like there's a flip side to it where there's going to be a whole other subset of people that are going to support it. Like kind of what we saw recently with the whole Citizen Vigilante movie that's been going around. It's not exactly a good film per se, but compared to like, how heavily marketed a lot of Hollywood movies are, that garnered a lot of attention on places like X. Which I kind of argue it's, in the world of social media, it may be like they may consider it the silent minority compared to the majority or whatever, but it is interesting to note. Variety music does not play rap. There's rules about what you can and can't say on the radio, but rap stations are immune to it because of the pervasiveness of the N-word. Like, I don't see anyone point this out. Interesting. Honestly, vigilantes needed in Turkey as well. No, I definitely get that. From what I heard about Turkey, there's some corruption going on there as well. I don't know too much about it. That's not really within my wheelhouse. But if there's like a possibility that I may have some more insight into it, that would be pretty helpful. That just depends on what information can be given from it, from the lens of an Australian perspective. We have a very, very, very corrupt government. Honestly, I believe it. I'd love to talk about it. Maybe at some point we can probably do like a full political stream. I don't know. It could be interesting. I'd probably have to dedicate one specific day where we could do something like that. But also make sure it's, we have at least plenty of things to talk about. Like, maybe I'd probably collaborate with someone about it or something. That could be pretty interesting.
Criticism that he's faced for even saying this out loud, a lot of rock fans took interest in what he had to say, and I saw that in my video about this from all of you. But for all of the criticism that Corgan faced, here's the part that almost every critic skipped over. Rock music is still the dominant force in live entertainment in the Western world. In 2025, hard rock and metal saw a 14% increase in attendance year over year, hitting an all-time high of 13% of all arenas and stadium shows. The Rolling Stones made $235 million from 18 shows in 2024. Metallica, AC/DC, Linkin Park, Bring Me the Horizon, Bad Omens, Sleep Token, Ghost, and many others. So
Metallica would, actually, what was I saying? The new Linkin Park, I would say, they definitely struggle to fill a few places here. Like, I know in Australia there was still some available tickets, but they still had a pretty big, massive turnout. But I don't think they had the same turnout as they did when Chester was still around. But these other bands that were mentioned, yeah, they're still getting stuff, and it's increasing by the daily. It's almost hard getting tickets for those particular places now.
You even have newer acts that have skyrocketed over the last few years selling out arenas now. And look, here's the thing. These rock and metal festivals dominate globally in a way no other genre comes close to matching. Whether it's Welcome to Rockville, Louder Than Life, Aftershock, Sonic Temple, Incarceration, or throughout Europe, you have Hellfest. Around the world, you've got rock.
I'm down for collaborate. Hey, yeah, maybe there could be something there. No promises, though. Just making that clear. No promises. I will definitely think about it.
Rock in Rio, Lollapalooza, Download Fest. There are dozens upon dozens of major rock festivals on pretty much every continent. And there's just no equivalent of large-scale, genre-specific festivals for pop music. And yet, Look at the Super Bowl halftime show, probably the single biggest cultural measuring stick in America. We had a brief stretch of rock legends from 2005 to 2009. And since then, rock has been almost completely absent, save for Red Hot Chili Peppers in 2014 for a special appearance during Bruno Mars' performance. Since then, it's been pop, hip-hop, and Latin music almost exclusively.
Yeah, and their most recent one, I think, was with Bad Bunny, which, to be honest, I still don't get Bad Bunny's music. Definitely, I don't, and I'm not saying this to essentially go like, oh, Puerto Rico music sucks or something like that. No, it's like, I just personally didn't get it for something like the Super Bowl, for example. Like, I definitely understood, like, there was a bit of a point with it because they wanted to acknowledge all of the Americas. Because the U.S. is in the America region. The United States of America is a country, but it's not, quote-unquote, America, if that makes sense. That was probably the point they were trying to push, but at the end of the day, the Super Bowl is in the United States of America. But also, it is pretty interesting because I think I remember when people were shouting out so much for the Super Bowl to put on Metallica as one of the halftime shows. Apparently, they said something along the lines of, we are seeking popular artists based on metric data or something like that. If we are choosing an artist to play at our halftime show, it's because we know that they are selling very big on places like YouTube, and we know that audiences are going to be excited and wowed for those particular people. And I'm like, Metallica is one of the biggest metal bands in the world right now. You're telling me that they don't have cultural influence over people in the stadium? The fuck are you talking about? Since my time zone also can be annoying for collaboration. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Puerto Rico still isn't going to be a state, though. I thought it was a state. Wasn't it a state? Maybe I'm tripping.
Kendrick Lamar in 2025, Bad Bunny just a few weeks ago. And it's not to say that these artists didn't deserve their spots. It's just to say that rock music has been consistent for a long time, selling out massive arenas all across North America, but it really doesn't seem to have a seat at the cultural table. Remember, with all of this in mind, they don't even show the rock genres on television at most of these award shows. The Grammy, they're going to put it on a webcast before the show. Need I remind you that only a few years ago, the NFL had Ozzy Osbourne performing during a game in one of his last performances ever. You can look this up. They barely showed him on television. It was a disgrace. They barely showed Ozzy Osbourne. He got minimum screen time on the national broadcast. One of the most prolific stars in the history of music.
That is a snub for sure.
It's one of his last shows. I mean,
that is a snub for sure. Also, yeah, the problem with modern rock is that if you actually embody what rock is, you're going to get absolutely shit on due to social media. Imagine if someone like Ozzy was around now. Yeah. And also, like we just saw with Ozzy, he was on the broadcast, but they only showed him for a few seconds or a few minutes. What a fucking snub. Oh, it's okay, so it's a territory. Yeah, fair enough.
And how does that even make sense? Why would you do that? You have Ozzy Osbourne there. And y'all, this is where things get really bizarre because there are now serious legal allegations that streaming numbers, the primary metric that pretty much the entire industry uses to measure relevance, are being manipulated at scale. In late 2025, a class action lawsuit was filed against Spotify, alleging that billions of streams attributed to Drake's catalog were fraudulent. The suit cited abnormal VPN usage, streams originating from areas with 0 residential addresses, and accounts that were active up to 23 hours a day. A separate lawsuit filed earlier this year invoking federal RICO statutes, alleging a coordinated scheme involving bot farms and cryptocurrency platforms to artificially inflate streaming numbers. These are very serious allegations backed by data-driven investigations that are going to have to work its way through the courts. And
how do people do that? Like, seriously, how do people do that? Like, how do they put in that effort to essentially just create VPNs with zero residential logs or anything like that, and just go through all this effort to inflate somebody's streaming numbers on Spotify, on a site like Spotify, no less? Like, what? To be honest, I could believe this happening. I could believe that there is a possibility something like this could be happening. But at the same time, how? How do people take in this much time to actually pull this off?
If streaming numbers can be gamed at scale, then the supposed gap between rock's declining relevance in the streaming world and its real-world dominance in live entertainment starts to make a lot more sense. Artists with inflated streams look massive online, but they can't fill the rooms. Rock artists with loyal, real fan bases pack arenas, but they're looking invisible on the charts. Make it make sense. And look, the idea that governments use music as a tool of cultural influence has been around for a long time. For instance, the Spotify podcast Wind of Change, hosted by a New Yorker journalist, spent 8 episodes investigating whether the CIA wrote the Scorpions' iconic power ballad that became the unofficial anthem of the fall of the Berlin Wall. The series didn't reach a definitive conclusion on that specific song, but it documented extensive evidence that the CIA had used music, art, and culture as instruments of soft power throughout the Cold War. And people with
There was even a old story that is already out there about prisoners in Guantanamo Bay actually using heavy metal songs such as Metallica's discography to torture prisoners in Guantanamo Bay. When the band essentially heard about it, they actually were confused, but they also I think, essentially set them out to basically tell them, hey, stop doing this. Music is something that's supposed to be enjoyed, not for torture. Stop it. And apparently they stopped it, and I'm like, that is so bizarre. That is so bizarre that they actually come up with methods like that, but it is also true. Music can be very influential, whether it's a cover or whether it's an original.
in hip-hop have been saying the same thing for years, that their genre has perhaps been infiltrated and shaped by outside interests, that certain types of messages get promoted while others get buried. So when you have multiple genres looking at stuff like this, you should at least take a look at it. Now, in all fairness, there are probably multiple different things happening here. Is there a straightforward financial explanation for a lot of this? Absolutely. When Napster destroyed the old revenue models, labels had every incentive to invest in solo artists over bands. One person is easier to manage, easier to brand, and the money doesn't get split 5 ways. That's real. And that's probably the biggest single factor. But the financial explanation doesn't account for everything. It doesn't explain why rock, a genre built on rebellion and anti-authoritarianism, seems to make institutions uniquely uncomfortable. It doesn't explain the streaming discrepancy. And it doesn't really explain why Billy Corgan simply bringing this up leads to him being widely mocked. I mean, the backlash is almost...
Oh, hey, that's something communists do, manipulate public perception via cultural influence. Yeah, that does seem to happen a lot, doesn't it? We just seem to happen to notice the signs more as we grow older.
Stranger than the this up leads to him being widely mocked. I mean, the backlash is almost stranger than the comments themselves. A guy with 30 plus years in the industry at the highest level shares what he has observed, and the response is just to ridicule him rather than just question whether he has a point. You don't have to agree with every word he said. You don't have to believe that there's a psyop in your Spotify playlist. But the questions he's raising about the disconnect between rock's real-world demand and its cultural invisibility, about why certain genres are amplified seemingly and others are...
Why did Lex Luthor grow a beard? Oh, fuck. Wow, Smugsuck. Welcome to the stream, but also, wow, that's a wild statement to say to Billy Corgan from Smashing Pumpkins. But to be honest, I kind of understand it. But hey, Smugsuck, welcome to the stream.
Seemingly suppressed. These are legitimate and perfectly fair questions, and I think people should be skeptical when you're given a hard time simply for asking questions. One thing's for sure, a lot of rock fans are very interested in what Billy Corgan has to say on the
07.
subject. A lot of these fans,
I wish I could raise my hand and just
don't
do
really
it.
understand why Metallica hasn't played the halftime show, or why the Grammys don't show rock music anymore, or why so many radio stations stop playing rock, but then they go to the shows and there's massive crowds. It's very interesting, and no matter what, as long as all of us keep showing up and supporting all of our favorite bands, rock music will never die.
Y'all, I'm going on one of the biggest rock tours of the year.
Well, there's a possibility rap and hip hop are the DEI genre. Holy shit, guys. But to be honest, you might be not wrong, because they did have the whole mumble rap craze for a few months. For a few months to a few years. Oh, man. But it is actually really interesting about this particular discussion with rock music. Even I thought for years that there is a point where rock should have at least much more of a cultural influence. But like I said, I do think there is something going on here where they really want to silence them as much as possible because their influence can't be ignored. And especially with them being built on rebellion and anti-authoritarianism, the fact is, there was probably some people in the room that really wanted to silence their cultural influence because they were really culturally influential for the 80s and the 90s, especially up to the 2000s when pop punk was already, pop punk and post-grunge was already, having a bit of a foothold in the rock and music genre. But it also contributed a little bit to the enshittification of rock music for a little bit, especially with certain pop rock bands coming in. Even Snoop hated mumble rap, and he's currently rubbing shoulders with the corporations that push DEI. Dude. Also, it's not really surprising that Snoop Dogg essentially is doing that. Hey guys, remember when Snoop Dogg did this? Does anybody remember this?
Look at this shit. Fuck!
Complete to Randy Moss. Touchdown, Washington.
Fuck this shit! Came in this fucking room and everything went fucking bad. Fuck this shit, man. Fuck.
Best streamer, man. Best streamer. I remember when that clip was being shown around, I was like, wait, that's Snoop Dogg? Huh. I guess even the most chillest in the person, even the most chill person in the world can have moments of anger. Especially with a game like Madden 2025 or some shit. That fucking with the recoil of a .50 cal. Oh, God. Oh, God. Even the Saint would get angry if struck 3 times. Oh, it's true. Oh, God. Mario fucking Kart? Oh, this is a parody, but holy shit.
Fuck, man, run the fucking ball.
Dude, what are you... Okay, lap 2. Oh no. I knew it, I knew it. The freaking banana.
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck, man. Fuck, man. As soon as I fucking came in this fucking room.
It's me, Mario.
Fuck this shit. Came in this fucking room and every...
Oh my god, that's so good. I forgot how good these particular memes were. Oh man. I actually was wanting to see this particular It's a Gundam video for a while. I almost said song. I am so sorry. But apparently, I don't think we saw this yet. Yeah, 5 days ago. So, I think this came after Extra Emily got banned off of Twitch again. So apparently this is a video about them. I'll be honest, I do not like Extra Emily. I think similar to Hassan, she is definitely getting pushed a lot by the Twitch executives a lot. By the way, my favorite song by Streetlight Manifesto is With Any Sort of Certainty. You know what? Let's actually listen to it right now. Streetlight. Actually, hold on. With any sort of certainty. This one. Provided to YouTube by TuneCore. Hold on, let me put it this way. I'm just gonna mute the VOD track for this. I'm hearing a lot of splashes. That's actually really. The snare, I'm definitely hearing a lot of a piccolo snare in there. Also, a lot of splashes in there. To be honest, the way the drummer is essentially going about it, it kind of sounds like it's a march. He's using a marching snare as their main snare drum, but also it's really fast paced. Like it kind of reminds me a little bit of a Sonic track, to be honest. Wait. Whoa. Okay, that's interesting. Hold on. I definitely listened to that, but let's have a look at the lyrics that we just heard. Let's see. You don't know where the sun goes every night, or where the moon goes when it's bright. But I won't mind as long as it's there in time. As long as they're there in time, I won't mind. That's a very strong opening. That's a very strong opening right there. To be honest, there's many different ways. There's many different ways this could be interpreted. But it's kind of almost like it starts with like a little bit of a yin and yang sort of thing right there. To be honest, when it comes to a song, I try to find if there's anything relatable with what the lyrics are trying to say. if there's something that I can relate to in my personal life with what I've experienced thus far. But yeah, sometimes also a beat can be pretty cool. But you hear what I'm hearing, right? It does sound like you could hear it in the Sonic OST. And I am also hearing, and I'm also hearing this part. If I go blind, tell me, will you be my eyes? Oh, tell me, will you be my guide? If I go blind, if I go blind. Interesting. Interesting. There is definitely themes of religious upbringing in this. My personal interpretation of the song is that it's someone who's struggling with their faith in God, but it's frustrated with the idea of just giving up. Yeah, there is some religious themes in this, especially if the go blind part, because there was a verse in the Bible chapter about it was a guy who had palsy and he was blind. God told him to go to the river and to wash his eyes, and he would see again. Now, I'm guessing within the particular context of this song, it's being told in a modern world setting. So it could be like, if you don't identify with this sort of, with your religious upbringing, does that mean you struggle with your own faith? Who is it that you really believe in? Who is it that will be your guide? That's kind of like the starting point I'm probably going to go towards, but that is pretty interesting. Interesting. That whole thing was a chorus. I never think too hard of what the lyrics mean. Hearing some insight from another is very interesting, though. A lot of times I try to gauge on what the artist's meaning of that particular song is. With a lot of the songs that were released by Slipknot and System of a Down, for example, I try to usually think about what it is they're trying to say with their music. I will hold my tongue and I'll breathe easily. If anyone can say with any sort of certainty that there is something to believe. So that is interesting, especially in context with this previous line. Tell me, will you be my guide? They're desperately looking for someone to guide them through life. Do you ever think there will be 3 steps from the ledge, contemplating awful things and thinking about the end? That one's pretty much more self-explanatory. Nobody mentioned that the pieces would fit. You can rearrange them all you want, but the puzzle, it was rigged. That's a heavy form of existentialism. It's like you can change many things about your life as you can, but there's always that chance that nothing will ever change, unless you probably do something drastic. We swore we'd never stray right before we went our separate ways, and now we're looking back, we're second-guessing all the choices that we made. Past regret. So, it's kind of interesting because there's tons of different themes in this particular track, and this entire thing's a chorus, by the way. And there's still more. Because the thing, because I remember this particular line I would probably find a little bit relatable. Because a lot of times when you make like a very big decision, sometimes what people do is that they will look back on the choices that they made, and they'll always wonder to themselves, could we have done something differently? But I think that's why a lot of times, yeah, there is always a chance that people will carry that tinge of regret with them. Maybe they could have made a different choice that could have led them to a very different outcome. But the thing is, we won't know if changing that choice back then would have made things any different today. You can rearrange them all you want, but the puzzle, it was rigged. There's going to be one constant outcome. We can't change what has already happened at that point. So that is actually... That's kind of how I'm personally interpreting this. There's so many different context clues that could probably build up to a single point, to like a broader meaning of the overall song. Oh wait, that's the next verse? Ska as a genre can be described as happily depressed. I mean, yes, there is definitely a point to be made with that. This one, no one knows where the soul goes when we die. This definitely already explains the point about, you know, a lot of discussion that people tend to have. What happens to our soul when we die? And there's many different interpretations that could be made with that. Some people see there's reports of people like seeing like an actual light, and then there's like, a heaven on the other side or something like that. Or some just say that it's just completely black. You'll see nothing, you be nothing, you become nothing at the end. And some say you also, basically see a heaven, you see the sky. It's basically different interpretations of the same thing, if there's any concept of an afterlife. But the songwriter in this case, he prefers that mystery to remain unexplained, where he doesn't really know what's going to happen, he doesn't really want to know what's going to happen, he mainly wants to find out for himself. And they basically go through the chorus again. Let's have a listen. The fast-paced nature of this particular song is also pretty cool. Oh, it just drops. Okay, this just turned jazz all of a sudden. This just turned into jazz all of a sudden. The jazz is always there, brother. I mean, like, it turns into jazz for that one specific moment where it just, like, drops and, like, there's some... like some subtle like swells and like moments of like the trumpet dropping in and out, the trombones sort of like adding to the atmosphere a little bit. This is actually a struggle I've had. I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. Why doesn't anyone knows? It's frustrating and it's a very specific emotion. It's a very specific emotion to feel. It is actually really interesting that I'm hearing it in song form. I also can't get enough of that marching snare. Because it literally sounds like a marching snare. Oh, sorry. Oh god, that line, that actually feels so relatable. Who would have thought we'd fought so long? We start to see our enemies turn into friends, our friends to enemies, and we set somewhere in the between. God, that's actually one of the most relatable lines I think I've heard. Because I've definitely had that experience where it's like somebody you thought what you wouldn't like turns out to be one of your greatest friends of all time. For a while, that was actually one of my childhood friends. We grew to despise each other over a party popper of all things. And something strange happened where we became really good friends, and we recently met up for like a dinner invitation, and it was all cool since then. And it's incredible. That feeling of your enemy becoming your greatest friend, it's a really good feeling. And then the part our friends to enemies, that also is like a huge tragedy in and of itself. Because you kind of think to yourself, something must have happened for you two to set yourselves on that particular path. Which is kind of what happened between myself and Ari for a little bit. It's, and to be honest, even though me and her don't see each other anymore, like even as friends, like that particular thing is, I don't think you can fix something like that. But there is that tragedy in of itself when the greatest friend you know turns into your enemy or to a stranger versus your enemy who you despised in the beginning turned out to be one of your greatest friends. There's a painful irony to it too. I've been on a Red Vox binge personally. I think after this I should probably show you guys Dog Fashion Disco. Oh. Kick drum? I can imagine this happening at the live concert. Damn. That is a wild song. I don't think I've ever heard of Red Fox Pinch, honestly. But that is wild. Hold on, let me save this to my music playlist. Yes, I have a music playlist. And I think the chorus basically ends with like a repeat of some of the lyrics that we've already heard before. But I heard someone say they knew that someday that everything would fall into its place and everything would be fine. And I really, truly, honestly, without a doubt, want to believe that everything will be alright. Having that belief where everything will be alright, that's like the one thing that basically keeps you going. This is Streetlight Manifesto, and the song is With Any Sort of Certainty. Thanks, Mild. Now, I'm actually going to show you guys Dog Fashion Disco. Let's go with one of my favorite songs, Silent Film. The thing is, there isn't really like anything relatable, I don't think. But the song itself Because you have to listen to the entire album to understand the entire story. But this particular song, it's always a blast to listen to every single time. And even this has some jazz influences in there too. Fuck you, this is a music stream now. I mean, music streams are also pretty fun. Let me show you guys the lyrics for this one. This one, because this is by, I think, because it has different people on it. Jason Stepp, and I think the producer for this one was Steve Wright, as it says here. But the lyrics start like this. Per pussycat, you have so many lives to live. Claws out, dig deep, and scratch away the skin. You know you own the night, so go howl under the full moon. These streets are filled with killers and comic book goons. And then the chorus for this particular song is this one. This is your life, flashing before your eyes. All the riddles and rhymes echo in your mind. It looks as though the joke is on you. So that particular line, I'd like to think that this is basically taken from the perspective of a serial killer. They basically enjoy from a serial killer. My personal interpretation is that it could be looking at the perspective of Jack the Ripper. For those who know, Jack the Ripper was a serial killer back in the 1600s, 1700s, I forget which era. But essentially, he had killed a lot of prostitutes. Not only that, those murders would essentially never be solved. Nobody would know who did it. He was the only one that would essentially get away with a massive crime spree like this and essentially get away unscathed. Nobody knows Jack the Ripper's identity whatsoever, neither his full name. And basically, this is kind of like it's looking from the killer's perspective, basically reveling in the pleasure of, essentially the killing. I know his name, Jack T. Ripper. God damn it, Smug. Looks as though the joke is on you. I thought they confirmed Jack the Ripper's identity using DNA evidence. Wait, did they actually do that? Wait, no, you're lying. Wait, what the hell? The identity of Jack the Ripper has not been definitively confirmed, though Aaron Kosminski is the most prominent apologize if I fucked up the name, is the most prominent suspect identified to recent forensic crimes. Polish-Jewish barber in 1865 and died in 1919. Historian Russell Edwards claims a 100% DNA match between Kosminski's lineage and DNA found in a shawl from victim Catherine Eddowes' crime scene. Forensic experts and authors like Patricia Cornwell dispute the findings, citing degraded DNA, lack of chain of custody, and the limitations of mitochondrial DNA testing. What the shit? So this was confirmed? But critics say the evidence isn't strong enough to declare this case closed. Wait, so it hasn't been closed this whole time? Oh, that is wild. Also, Shredtown, welcome to the stream. By the way, if you want a more fun Scop ad, look up Mustard Plug. My personal favorite is I, though they recently came out of retirement with a new album too. No shit! But also this next part, circling spirits loom above the autopsies. Obviously, this is taken now from the morgue. And basically looking from this perspective of a detective in this particular instance. Sinners and saints fail to communicate. Unforgiving eyes, confessions caught on tape. And then wish me luck, I'm going in, never to return. This one, though, this one also kind of feels like it's taken from the perspective of the serial killer. And this last part, wish me luck, I'm going in, never to return, it's almost like they're past that point of no return, where they're just basically in it now for the thrill. And then this one's more self-explanatory. As your blood runs cold and the plot thickens, inside the mind of a killer, this could all be yours. This is also taking it from the perspective of the killer. Like I said, this particular album, it's all basically a fictional story, but it's all written within the context of the particular album, Adultery. To fully understand the whole story, not just listening to like the one song, you essentially have to listen to the whole album. That's what makes this particular album one of my favorites. I'm gonna let this next part go uninterrupted. Is everybody okay with how that song ended? It gets pretty chaotic for a little bit, especially towards that end. It goes kind of math rocky a little bit near the end. This one I kind of never really figured out. This one, these last few lyrics, I don't think I've ever really figured out exactly what exactly it's saying. Blood tests and x-rays are clear. Your results came back terminal. Nothing is saving you now at your deathbed confessional. Okay, that one is sort of more... That's kind of more so what like the killer is saying to their next victim, I think. Nurses with baby doll eyes don't bother to fake a smile. Voices of victims left behind, echoes like hospital halls. As you wipe your tears away and the credits begin to roll. Almost like this is basically the perspective of someone that's basically right around the time they're about to die. and basically, as their life force ends, they're essentially seeing the credits begin to roll, and essentially their life is flashing before their eyes, as alluded to in the earlier line. Something about horns and saxophones always scratches a specific part of my brain. You will never be the same, dead silence in your brain, climactic and so cliche, like love scenes in the rain. And then the chaotic part where, I don't know if people heard that particular lyric, silent film reel, horror pig squeals, a child's nightmare, help me! Meeting deadlines, making headlines, and if you are a good girl, I will set you free. I'm just kidding. None of it's true. None of it's true. Sadistic. From this, and then the way the song ends. From this lonely padded cell to the crowded gates of hell. Lonely padded cell. So is it that we're saying that basically this is what we're seeing in his mind? But everything that we just saw from this point, was it true or not? Especially with this part, none of it's true, even though it's within the context of his specific line where he's talking to the victim that he'll set them free, but he's kidding. None of that's true. But is any of this story particularly true? And then to the crowded gates of hell, that's pretty much death. Just death. But just the whole chaoticness of this particular song, just yikes. I love it all the same. That's the Joker. It's almost like we're hearing the perspective of the Joker, honestly. But this particular song I love listening to every now and then. Just because I really love vibing out to all of these specific parts. Because it's like, straight up rock and roll, then a little bit of progressive rock, and then that math rockiness at the end with that jazz, and then just straight, all the way back to just straight up rock and roll at the end. Man. What is it? Mustard plug? Hold on, let's look this up. Let's check out this one. Oh, this one's 2 minutes. We could probably get through this in one sitting. Let's give it a shot. I think for this one, the lyrics are more self-explanatory. In a sense, it does feel more like a happy-go-lucky song. Keeping it up, but you want to go. Tearing it up, though you're moving slow. Say what you want, but I know you believe. Keep up the pace, though you're burning up. I don't know how that I keep it up. Everyone drops, but I know you can see. To be honest, I actually don't know how to interpret this. This one almost feels like it's basically like a singing. This one, it kind of just feels more like, it kind of feels more like a sing-songy type lyrics. Mustard Plug is a much more fun band. Yeah, so it's probably more so that there's not really any meaning you could probably take out of this. It's just a happy, singy, go-lucky song, which is pretty fun, which could be pretty fun. Also, cracked cymbal over here. That one's short and sweet. I actually like that one. Yeah, let me save that to my music playlist. Well, that turned into a music stream for a bit. Hope everybody enjoyed that. Actually, I don't know if anybody here is a huge fan of Kasane Teto. Recently, I was just listening to my Vocaloid playlist because I was recently getting back into Vocaloid for a little bit. There was actually a song that I recently listened to. I just happened to discover it, and it's basically more Vocaloid. This is a song you play during a party scene to a movie, or for a drag race, or during a fight scene. To be honest, I could basically hear it while I'm playing Need for Speed Pro Street, for example. But it's basically Vocaloid metal, and this particular one, to be honest, I actually find somewhat more relatable, especially for me personally. And this particular song actually sounds a lot more, it kind of has like metalcore roots a little bit, because I grew up with metalcore as a kid. So this particular one really spoke to me, especially with the lyrics. I think this one, let's play it uninterrupted. Hey JSDS, welcome to the stream. Look at me. I said it was going to be uninterrupted, and there I go interrupting it. Go me. Anyways, hey JSDS, welcome to the stream. We're just, we decided to do an impromptu music stream, and we were just going over like ska music and avant-garde metal. And then I was going to show everyone this like Vocaloid song that I heard, which is essentially Vocaloid metal. But this particular one actually spoke to me in a way. But anyways, I'll just go back a little bit. I also love the visuals in this particular song. Also, do you hear the growls? To be honest, Teto's vocals in this, it actually sounds not only more human in this, the growls actually just goes, whew. how do you get a Vocaloid to do how do you get a Vocaloid to do vocals? To be honest, I've never figured that out. I have never figured that out. I know there's a specific way to do it, but I haven't figured that out myself. I know it has something to do with tuning the Vocaloid software in a specific way, but I was never able to figure that out. Oh, get ready for this, guys. Screamo total, everyone! Screamo Tedo, everyone? Dude, when I heard that Screamo in Tedo, I was like, holy fucking shit. How did they do that? Like, how do they do that? Like, I know it's hard essentially getting, Vocaloid to essentially say, oh my god, and even fucking Neuro does it. Of course they get Neuro to do it. I almost said Neru. What the fuck is wrong with me? How the fuck do you get a Vocaloid to do that? It's such a specific form of singing that requires not using vocal cords. I don't know. I know it just comes down to like the specific tuning. That's like the most that I know of. But doing that kind of screaming for Vocaloids is difficult. I still don't know how to do. I personally don't know how to do it. But I have so much respect for everyone that's able to do that. Actually, there is actually an example of Miku, for example, doing Screamo vocals with one of my favorite Vocaloid producers. And it's this one. I don't know if anybody's heard this particular one before, but this was one of my favorite songs. And then it goes punky for a little bit. If we're doing an edit, there's going to be a point in the video where it's like that Christopher Walken guy doing, I got a fever, and my prescription is more cowbell. Wait, I actually didn't even hear the two different cowbells. Rip the VOD. Oh god, yeah, rip the VOD, because like this entire thing is just full with music. Oh my god. But dude, this is my first exposure to Vocaloids actually doing Screamo, and when I was like a kid listening to that, I was like, what the hell is this? And to be honest, I think if it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have gotten into baby metal, for example. This kind of helped me get into baby metal, funnily enough, when they essentially got onto the scene. And funny enough, this particular same creator, Utsup, he recently did release a new song. You might have heard of, he's also done some techno metal as well. Which, these particular songs, I included those in my stream playlist. So you guys definitely have heard it at some point. This one I'll just play for a little bit, but this, for example, was like, when I heard this particular creator release new music, I was like, wait, what? And then I immediately just started listening to it, and I just got so into it. This one's more of a ADHD overload. I personally don't really like hard vocals, but I respect the ability to do it. If you're talking about like normal singers, it's very much like a science. Like figuring out how to do hard vocals without, frying your throat, for example, or like basically just frying your voice. The amount of technique that goes into it is just unbelievable, especially when it comes to screaming. Also, I will say Goth Miku right here, I think she awoke something. I can tell Goth Miku essentially awoke a lot of things in people that they didn't expect. And then this particular next part, it almost sounds like I'm basically hearing Bring Me the Horizon a little bit, especially with the different blend of genres where they essentially decide to blend hyperpop with heavy metal, or deathcore a little bit, sorry. Seizure warning, by the way. Okay, that kick drum is impossible. That kick drum is impossible. That kick drum has to be programmed. There is no way. Every time I hear that part, I'm like, okay, yeah, no, that kick drum has to be programmed. But then again, I am also seeing particular drummers able to do speeds like that, and I'm like, that still feels programmed. A buddy of mine back in high school explained that hard vocals are effectively whispering loudly because you're not supposed to use your vocal cords. The way it's explained is that it actually uses more of your diaphragm. So like right around where your stomach is, right? You have to essentially pass that breath out, right? And for example, for like a scream, for example, you have to essentially have proper breath control where you inhale a little bit, and then you essentially pass the air out from your stomach to your through to your mouth like this. And then essentially with that, you basically try to project your voice a little bit, and then essentially that makes you do this. Like that. And that's essentially how you do hard vocals like that. And then it's especially harder when you have to essentially form sentences as well. Great is very different from this particular style. We got the devil horns over here. But like I said, I know how to do it. I usually practiced it for a little bit back in the day. I think after I went out of high school, I tried practicing heavy vocals like that. And when I started out, it wasn't easy. Like, I didn't have a teacher or anything like that. All I basically did was look at a bunch of YouTube videos explaining it. And at first, it was hard. Then after I started going to the gym a little bit and just learning how to pass that breath out, and then when I eventually learned it, when I was able to effectively do it and not have to fuck up my throat, the next thing was just sort of not tire my voice out. So literally that only comes with, basically practicing every day as much as you can, maybe like for 15 to 30 minutes a day, and also having enough water. Something with your voice is that it's very delicate, and sometimes having lubrication, like just drinking water, can effectively help. And that's essentially how to do it. It's tough at first, but once you essentially nail it down, it's smooth sailing from here. So, okay, but that was super fun. We'll have to, I'm pretty sure the VOD will be safe. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know about the YouTube site. I'm probably gonna get content ID'd or some shit. And that's gonna be my fault. Whoops. For Twitch, I tried making it so that, like, the copyrighted music, that's not gonna show up in the final VOD. I think the Vocaloid ones will be fine. If not... So anyways, there's actually one more music thing I actually like to look towards. I actually watched this particular channel called Miku is Coming to Break Your Nico. Why? Mika's not real. She's not hiding in my Wi-Fi or anything like that. What do you mean she's gonna come in and break my kneecaps, huh? I'm gonna be fine. I will be completely safe. Oh shit! Oh fuck! My kneecaps! I can't do it. I can't do it. It's okay. My kneecaps are safe. My kneecaps are safe. I was joking. I was joking. She can crawl through the internet. She's not hiding in my Wi-Fi. Miku, stop hiding in my Wi-Fi. Get out of there. This particular channel, Gray Mads, I sometimes watch a lot of their documentary style content. This particular one I have not seen yet. But this particular one is, there's actually two specific things I actually want to look over in this video. It's the introduction the so bad it's good, subjective versus objective, and they essentially go through like a couple of different topics relating to the art of enjoying trash, which is the title of this particular video. But there is some interesting things from this particular video that I would like to have a look at. So let's look over it together, shall we? Oh, that is loud. That is loud. I am so sorry. I hope that's safe to show on Twitch because, wow, that nasty.
Your taste is trash.
You mean we have trash taste? Eh? Fucking kill me.
Phrase heard all across the internet and really anywhere where media, content, or art is being discussed. It's this little idea that there is a hierarchy of enjoyment, a binary scale of what makes something good or bad, and where the majority of your likes and dislikes land will depend on how great or how trash your taste is. And yeah, there is one.
Don't throw tomatoes at me. You know it was funny, Miles. You know it was funny. Stop throwing tomatoes. Hey, guys, stop throwing the tomatoes. Actually, I actually forgot to do this, but at some point I should probably put like the thing where you can like throw shit at me. There's like an asset that's there where you can essentially like throw stuff at like a streamer. I should probably put that in.
That scale does exist whether we like it or not. Compare something like Halo 3 to Chrome and yeah, there's a definite binary of what's good and bad on display. It's like trying to put Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood side by side with something like Garzy's Wing and saying that both of these anime are just as good as each other. Or, God forbid, that you prefer something like the...
Hey, so has anyone heard of Mint doing the English dub for the School Days video game? Has anybody heard of that? Imagine if I buy this game and if one day I decide to stream it. But the thing is, I can't because it has eroge scenes. It probably have to be on Patreon site or something.
Cultural enrichment, that is, School Days. Some things are just objectively good and objectively garbage. There's no way around that. And in all honesty, when you actually take a minute to look at media and art and all that, no medium is really all that solid to begin with. Movies, music, anime, art.
Oh god, why did you have to bring up Lulu? For those who don't know, Lulu, that was a collaborative album between Lou Reed and Metallica, and it is one of the worst albums I've ever heard.
Art, all of these mediums are absolute landfills.
Okay, that's just a fucking toilet, come on.
Chock full of terrible experiences that really embody the idea, the smell, the feeling, the sight of trash. It's why the cream of the crop always rises to the top, as people like to say, and why we have...
Me being a Fairy Tail fan, I'm the trash man. Listen, I will say I love Fairy Tail. That just means, okay, yeah, if I like Fairy Tail, that means my taste is probably trash too. Fuck. I was just gonna say Lulu. Oh god, yeah. One of the worst albums I ever heard. Like, when I first heard about it, I was like, there's no way this could be good, right? So I decided to have a listen to it. Yeah, even as a teen, I regret my choices.
Wonderful ideas of what these mediums can be due to critics, fan bases, and Watch Mojo top 10 lists.
Oh, you know what's sad? I used to be a big Watch Mojo watcher back in the day. To be honest, I didn't get it. I kind of used Watch Mojo in a way where I wanted to basically look for new things to watch or new bands to listen to. So I kind of used Watch Mojo like that. But in terms of like their top 20 lists and all this sort of stuff, yeah, absolute trash.
Guiding us to the best of the best. But that's the thing. The phrase and idea of your taste is trash. Or rather, what it tends to ignore. I'm sure you've heard this phrase a million times. It's a boomer classic, and that's the phrase, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And frankly, it's more true than you would like to think. And no, before you ask, I'm not about to try and sell you the idea that art is abstract, so really nothing is good or bad. Because that's just a really stupid mentality. No, I'd rather talk about the idea of meeting art and media where it stands. And the bliss that comes with accepting that trash can be great too.
I love Fairy Tale, but it's not good. It's fun, but the moment you start thinking about the plot for half a second, it's really not good. I think when it comes to Fairy Tale, the plot is pretty standard. Like, it's not, like a masterpiece or anything like that, but it can be a fun, diversion if you're, working on something, for example. And also, the fan service in that particular show was top-notch. I can't really fault it for that.
Hospitality. And you can't piss on hospitality. I won't allow it.
What are you going to do to me, Daddy?
Tightening my belt by one loop so I don't feel hunger pains. And your sister and mother will have to do likewise. Okay, Joshua, you want to get rough with me. You want to show me that you don't like the choice of this house for our vacation by going on a hunger strike. Well, I'll accept the challenge. But just remember, when I was your age, I really did suffer from hunger. We'll see who gets through this. But just remember, I've got more practice than you.
Every single Scientology family ever. I'm sorry.
One of the most infamously bad movies that's ever been made is Troll 2, a low-budget horror film from the 80s that, in its title alone, already shits the bed.
Oh, Troll 2, dude. When I first heard about it, it was bizarre. Like, I remember that scene where it's like, they're gonna eat them, they're eating them, and they're gonna eat me. Oh my god! I can actually do the voice pretty well. But when I first saw that scene, I was like, dude, this acting is so bad. But it's also so funny. Because it's like, how is any of these actors able to take this as seriously and just pretend this was good? Like, holy shit, I was just reeling and cringing as I was watching this movie. Just over how bad it was. To almost the point where I was just like in complete tears, like it was so funny.
As it's nothing about trolls and is actually about goblins. The poster shows a monster that isn't in the movie.
God, this poster, man. They didn't even try. Like, you look at this poster and you think, yeah, they didn't even try.
And even the child you see here isn't the same kid who serves as the movie's protagonist. And as for the actual art itself, its story makes absolutely no sense, and the acting on display shows that the talent that they hired is about as on par with the writing team.
They're eating her. And then they're going to eat me. Oh my god!
But I bet you recognize that scene. This has probably appeared in some sort of video or meme that's made you laugh in the past. It was pretty popular 10 years ago, and that's because despite the levels of garbage that this movie reaches, Troll 2 is a roller coaster of surrealism. So much so that it stretches so incredibly far that it transforms itself from being just a simply bad movie into something that's entertaining for all the wrong reasons.
Not only that, I will say the one thing I do like about it is the amount of effort that went into the makeup aspect. Like, you look at the effects that they tried to do for this particular movie, and obviously it's not great, but you do admire, but you can't help but admire it a little bit for what it tried to do, especially in the makeup field. Like, there's some still pretty creative stuff within it in of itself, even if it's, well, pretty trash.
Hence why many big channels over the years have taken this movie as a topic to ridicule and mock. It's one of those so bad it's good sort of movies. And that sort of thing might be a bit gimmicky when it's done intentionally, like The Incredible Bulk, but when it's not, and the actual end product is just naturally that, it makes the whole experience one that is a joy to watch. This is not a strange or rare phenomenon either, as even a movie as broken and bad as The Room has become an ironic classic that many people love to watch with their friends, and even others have found some post-ironic joy from it. And that's because despite what the mainstream opinion deems to be good or bad, that opinion rarely equates to the enjoyment factor of the media.
Wait, does anybody know if Tommy Wiseau still makes movies? Does anybody know if Tommy Wiseau still makes movies? I know he did like one other movie at some point called like, what is it, Fiends, with like a parentheses with R in it. It was like F parentheses R parentheses ends. Fiends. Where it's basically spelt like friends, but the R has a parentheses in between, you know, the friends part. The R, like, there's brackets in between, like, you know, the R. That's like the last movie I saw with Tommy Wiseau and the same actor Mark in it. But I don't know if they made any other movies after that. If anybody knows, I definitely would like to hear about it.
Anyone who's been subscribed to my channel for a little while now is probably used to me talking pretty highly and praising bands, games, and even music genres that the grand majority of people might scoff at and see as kind of shit. It's some.
Wait, did I see that title? Did that say C-Punk? That should be something I should look at another
how
time.
Me and thousands of others find a lot of fun and intrigue in these things. Crunkcore is a great example of this. It's
oh
an
God!
Music. The core elements.
Oh God, I forgot about this. Oh, okay. Okay, here's the thing. I didn't grow up with the emo phase during the 2000s because I was like way too young, first and foremost. But I remember seeing these videos pop up online of like the emo kids essentially doing rap like this, and I was like, what the fuck am I watching? It was so bad. I think it's shown up in a lot of cringe compilations as well. Oh man, anytime I see this, I just can't help but shrivel up and cringe.
What's on display here are built completely on the ideas of irony and so bad it's good. It's a entire music.
I just looked it up and Tommy Wiseau made FNAF. Shut the fuck up. No. Shut the fuck up. Where is it? Where's the... Okay, I know there's a cast. Cast and crew. You son of a bitch. You fooled me. You son of a bitch. You fooled me. Alright, fine. What has he actually done? They're making a sequel? He made a FNAF movie, not the FNAF movie. Oh, God. For the Minecraft Machinima fan film, Fazbear the Fallen Child. What the shit? It was a Minecraft film? That's weird. That's strange he actually got to be a part of that. That is strange. Damn. Higher dead. We're all dead.
Scene built on the idea of emo
Also, welcome to Stream Hero.
screaming over crunk beats about living in the hood and getting bitches. You can just look at any of the classic music videos from crunkcore's golden era, and they're all terrible. But despite that, it's a
so
genre
bad.
of music that's just a lot of fun to listen to. The absurdity of it all, and the self-aware humor and the raunchy lyrics, it all culminates into something that's just a lot of fun. And yeah, crunkcore is something that you really wouldn't want to tell someone that you enjoy, because for anyone who doesn't like it, they have every reason not to.
You got 2 hours of sleep and your cousin called me and feel like crap. I'm sorry to hear that, Hero. But hey, it's okay. We're here to have good vibes, so you can probably just chillax and hang out with us.
And every reason to think that you're a freak.
Oh God, there's like a full drum set over there, and there's nobody on it. All we have is basically someone on keyboard and nobody else on vocals, and it's just 2 people just pretending they're rap gangsters. Oh my God, I hate this genre. I legit hate this genre. It makes me cringe so much. Oh God.
Catering to the idea of liking something like it. But despite that, if you do...
It's funny, but oh my God.
If crunkcore clicks with you and you find it entertaining, well, there's nothing else quite like it. It just scratches an itch, and it comes across as something that nothing else can, no matter how trashy it is. And this idea is, again, not just for things that are deemed culturally stupid or unpalatable. Let's just take a look at something that was beloved. Let's take a look at Vaporwave.
Wait, why is Vaporwave trash? Okay. I'm curious as to see why it could be considered trash. Suburban white kids trying too hard to look ghetto. That's the entire thing with crunkcore. Like, when I first saw it, oh my God, I was just laughing so hard because I thought, like, there's no way they're taking this seriously. And then I saw they were taking this seriously, and then I just cringed so hard, but I was also just laughing because, like, oh my God, get this away from me, but also, holy shit, these guys are trying too hard. Again, there's so much I hate about it, but there's so much that I also like about it because it's so funny that they're all trying this hard. I wouldn't be surprised if it's still a thing today. But anyways, let's try to... I'm interested in seeing why Vaporwave could be considered trash.
Vaporwave is this post-ironic subgenre started as a joke, taking old songs and slowing them down to absurd degrees, just to throw a chorus and flanger effect on them and call it a day. Yet it all still grew into this formidable internet giant that defined nearly a decade of discourse, including aesthetics, music, and even unreadable text. And you can still feel its influence to this day. While sure, it's far from the popularity that it had at its peak, it still has a huge and loyal following, filled with mostly people who didn't care about the ironic nature of it and just loved it for what it is. Now, I'm not just trying to bring these things up to lionize crunkcore as this totally not trashy, totally not garbage genre of music, or to demystify Vaporwave and point out that the entire thing is just built on irony and stupid, and nor am I trying to sell you the idea that Troll 2 and The Room are cinematic masterpieces. Rather, I'm just trying to convey that taste, trash or golden, is subjective. And just as one man's trash can be another man's treasure, one man's treasure can be another man's trash.
subject.
You can respect the earnestness behind it. That's what I mean. Like I definitely respect it for what they're trying to do. I mean, at the end of the day, they're all making us laugh. So in a way, they are giving us some form of entertainment. So I can definitely say that they've succeeded in entertaining people, even if the intention was for them to take it seriously. I'd say there's definitely a bit of a reward they got from that, good or not. But I don't know how they feel about it.
Based on or influenced by personal feelings, tastes, or opinions.
What a piece of shit.
And this brings
James Roll
us to the idea of subjectivity. Well, yes, I do think that art and media can be quantified on a scale of good and bad objectively, as objective quality is just a matter of fact. Personal opinion, interest, and meaning are all products of subjectivity. For example, it's objective that a Subway sandwich sucks and is of much lower quality than a high-end sandwich that you would get from a classy restaurant. But for a large portion of the population, they will subjectively still prefer that garbage Subway sandwich. And media is exactly the same way. And we can observe this in real time by just taking a look at two different games. Silent Hill 2 is objectively a masterpiece. From its cultural impact, its popularity, graphics and storytelling for the time that it came out, and just the overall quality of it makes Silent Hill 2 one of the best and most integral pieces of gaming history.
I will say I've never played Silent Hill 2. I'll give myself full disclosure there. I've never played Silent Hill 2. I've heard some good things about the game, but I've never really played it to know if it's a good game or not. So realistically, I have no personal connection with this one, but it would be pretty interesting to hear it is usually interesting to hear different perspectives based on things I have no idea about. If it's like this particular topic in particular interests me, so yes, I'd be curious to see what examples they're bringing, especially with Silent Hill 2, for example, versus something that I have no interest in. So let's see what they have to say here. It's like smelling gasoline. It's really not a good smell, or at least healthy to smell, but a lot of people love the smell despite acknowledging that it's not really good. True. There is some truth to that.
But despite the objective facts of what the game is and its quality,
would you say it's also subjective if, for some reason, people love to cover themselves in gasoline and try to set themselves on fire? Would that be considered subjective or just insanity?
it's still something that on a subjective level can be torn to absolute shreds. To those unfamiliar with survival horror who just don't really understand the era that this game came from, Silent Hill 2 can just be an obtuse mess, with terrible controls, gameplay that can be seen as boring, and a story that could be seen as pretentious as it is not scary. At least.
Oh, so somewhat similar to the first three Resident Evil games.
At least when compared to something from more modern times, especially something like Outlast, which is much more fast-paced and adrenaline-pumping, and let's face it, to the everyman, it's a way more scary experience just because of its shocking and intense quality compared to something that's more quiet and subdued like Silent Hill. As much as I might personally love the game and how it plays, someone who's never had a PS2 can just grab an emulator of it, boot this thing up, and instantly be bombarded by sluggish combat, camera angles that if you aren't a fan of right off the bat would be frustrating, and voice acting that's on par with your favorite adult film. The thing is that most fans of Silent Hill 2 would call a person who thinks this way uncultured, or they might say something like they don't get it. And while that may very well be true, it doesn't change the fact that what you and I might see as a golden and unbeatable piece of media is just trash to someone else.
Actually, I can find some relation to this aspect. Like, for example, I don't know if anybody here has played a game called Need for Speed Most Wanted. That particular game has like one of the best gameplay mechanics of all time, and also the feeling of just, being chased by the cops. The cop chases in the game are some of the most fun, even though realistically they're probably considered one of the most broken pursuits. But for some reason, gamers like myself really identify with it. And the cutscenes in that particular game, while the game had a storyline, where the cutscenes in that particular game were so cheesy and the acting was almost like we were watching a soap opera of some sort relating to, car racing and things like that. We found that, very fun and very enjoyable for a period of time. So in relation to this, there's something that's, relatable in that aspect. So I can sort of see where he's coming from with this. So yeah, pretty interesting.
And no amount of our finger wagging and trying to act above them is going to change that. Because to them, it's subjectively trash.
Wait, you can't do anything through these bars? I'm sure there's like plenty of things you can do through those bars. It's not just that you can't do anything. You just can't get out. That's the only thing. I don't know why you're saying you can't do anything through these bars. There's definitely things you can do.
Now, to give an example on the opposite end of the spectrum, we have a terrible game that, aside from a few people trying to lionize it the last few years, has always been seen as one of the worst and most broken games ever made. And that's Kane and Lynch 2 Dog Days.
What the fuck is this game? I've never heard of this. I actually like Crash Bandicoot Crash of the Titans, but a lot of people consider that game when Crash Bandicoot died as a series until the reboots. That is very true too. I know there was a lot of people for a time period where they liked something like Skylanders, which had Spyro in it for a little bit, even though a lot of old fans of Spyro didn't really like that game as much. I, in particular, was pretty interested in the Legend of Spyro games, for example, even though they were nothing like, the original Spyro games that I grew up with. The Legend of Spyro games was pretty interesting as a core concept. Gameplay style was also pretty decent, at least for me personally. But I know for a lot of other people, they definitely saw something that was pretty bad in those particular games.
Kane and Lynch is notorious. Both games reviewed awfully and were seen as nothing but shit experiences, not worth the money or hassle by players. Though especially with Kane and Lynch 2, the game is known for being this glitchy, frustrating mess with really mid gunplay, awful visuals.
I also like Star Fox Adventures. Hold on. Before we continue this video, I gotta show the clip. Steam facts temperatures. Do you remember this clip, Mild?
Buffon, Dad? What is this? And why is it in my Star Fox game now? No, that I can't take anymore! If one more fucking woolly mammoth has anything up to double things, what's
There you go. Steam facts temperatures. See, he gets it. Okay, sorry, let's move on.
And sound, and a story that is just ugly and unfun to experience. In other words, it's seen as a piece of trash. But if you peel back the layers, Dog Days is actually a misunderstood masterpiece. It's a harrowing and...
Dude, I feel like for one of the actors that we're seeing here, the guy with the long hair, for some reason, it reminds me of that guy from that show, Little Britain, I think it was called. I don't know if anybody's heard of that show. It was like a guy that was on a wheelchair, and he's supposed to be like disabled or whatever, but whenever his caretaker's not looking, he's able to get up and essentially do shit or whatever, like a normal human being. That's what that guy reminds me of.
And horrifying experience full of blood, tension, and creative gold. This is a game that I actually made a video about, going in great detail on how I see it as the embodiment
Yeah, like this guy right here. It kind of reminds me of that guy from that show, Little Britain.
of the aesthetic of violence. And if you look at this thing as a critique on violence in media, all those glitchy and disorienting visuals, camera shakes.
That looks like a latex suit. The scars on that back, that looks like a latex suit.
Distorted and broken sounds, as well as the game's ugly and scattered story, well, they culminate into something that's honestly one of the best and most powerful expressions of violence told in any artistic format. As a piece of art, Kane and Lynch 2 is an absolute masterpiece, and something that should be deeply praised. But again, that is subjectivity talking. Because as an actual game to be seen as nothing more than a game, it's awful, and it's easy to see why it was nothing but a piece of trash to be forgotten and less laughed at. Ultimately, the quality of a piece of art is subjective, at least in how it matters. The objectivity aspect is really not all that important when all things are considered, though, because it goes back to the idea of the enjoyment and value that you personally get from something, which at its root is subjective. In reality, objectivity is just a good way of, I guess, having a buyer's guide, or maybe seeing if something is up to a certain quality standard that you want it to be at before you engage with. Because obviously not everyone wants to take chances on things that might not be guaranteed to be great experiences.
The old Halo.
Though, that's where objectivity kind of runs into a bit of an issue. And this is a bit of an interesting aspect to talk about. And that's just how fickle the quote-unquote objective opinion can be when we leave it in the hands of critics and the masses.
Okay. Is that Anthony Fantano? Oh yeah, it is Anthony Fantano. I'll be honest, I don't understand why he blew up as, like, you know, the objective music critic or whatever. I remember seeing his videos at one point, but I thought his content was like, he's just a music critic. What's so special about him?
This is an ancient video from the one and only Melonhead. Fantano is well known for his disdain and hatred for the genre of nu metal. And even back in 2011,
I remember that.
This was the case. And this review of Gold Cobra by Limp Bizkit is just a silly little meme video of him eating whatever slop he's having for lunch. It's Fantano's way of saying, I'm not reviewing this, I hate this. And it's just some harmless fun. He's not doing anything wrong here. But this video, funny enough, does actually capture the cultural opinion and the, at the time, objective value that nu metal held during this era. In the mid-2000s to the beginning of the 2020s, the once inescapable and beloved genre of nu metal was seen as little more than a joke to be scoffed at. To the point where formative bands famous for being pioneers of the genre ran from the title as far as they could, or at least had many fans doing mental gymnastics trying to separate them from the pack by using terms like alternative metal, and claiming because some of these bands and artists didn't sound like the generic rap metal of the time, that somehow that removes them from the genre. But rap metal was just one small part of the entire nu metal ethos.
Actually, that is an interesting point. I feel like when it comes to the nu metal genre, it wasn't really that bad, because there was some good shit that came out of that particular era. We've had Mudvayne, we've had Slipknot, we've had Deftones, we have Linkin Park, like the original Linkin Park with Chester Bennington. I think mostly blame is attributed towards Fred Durst because of what his band brought to the table, which is kind of having more of this, like, you know, frat boyish type of metal that basically appealed to the lowest common denominator. The one thing I can say about Limp Bizkit, for example, is that they had really good instrumentals. The only thing that was holding it back was the vocalist. But even then, the vocalist himself, he can put out some good stuff. Like, he's a really good actor, for example. He knows how to act. But as a lyricist, for example, he's really terrible. When it comes to him, you know, trying to sing or like have that really growly singing or whatever, he can do that pretty well. But when it comes to him being a lyricist, he's awful. He's awful. He's absolutely awful. Alien Ant Farm also technically counts as new metal. The funny thing about Alien Ant Farm is that I think, at least to me, I thought they were a one-hit wonder. Because I don't think I've heard of a single Alien Ant Farm song outside of the Smooth Criminal cover that they did, which is their only claim to fame in from what I can see personally. And there's nothing really wrong with that. It's just more so it is what it is. But it is kind of interesting how, because of the negative press that people were putting towards new metal, particularly from like the critics side of things, because I don't know if there was many people that legitimately hated new metal as a genre, but I think that embarrassment is why a lot of people were essentially like, is why a lot of people were like, okay, we gotta separate ourselves from this genre, let's try to do something drastically different that's more us. That kind of feels like that's how they decided to do this. And it is kind of sad because new metal is essentially by itself as a concept wasn't bad.
Which, to shill again, I have a video going over, though it's a bit old, so don't expect the best editing in the world. But to surmise a lot of what I talked about in that video, nu metal was a grassroots genre that, over the course of a decade of influences, culminated in bands like Korn and Deftones forming, and in their early days, doing a lot of experimentation with rock, metal, hip-hop, and alternative, and fusing it into what you would consider nu metal today. And it was extremely successful. There's a massive list of artists who sat as straight-up A-listers with multi-platinum selling albums that sold out stadiums and got critical acclaim. And the genre of nu metal itself ended up growing into this giant monster with niches within its niche. A lot of these bands would end up selling out stadium tours, having their own festival-style shows, and were on constant play on MTV. But
I miss Linkin Park. I miss the old Linkin Park. There was one time I was actually ready to attend a Linkin Park show for the first time when Chester was still around. And I think this was during the One More Light cycle, because I was at that age where I could finally go see them. Then I would hear the news about Chester Bennington passing away. And that pretty much was like a Debbie Downer moment right then and there. I think for the longest time, because I heard about that, I just wasn't sure what to do with that. It left me with motivation. It left me with having some sort of motivation, but I didn't know where it was going to go, if that makes sense. My personal favorite song by Alien Ant Farm is Homage. The song is literally a homage to all the songs and artists that they grew up with. Huh, interesting. I might have to listen to that at some point.
like with anything else, nu metal had its day and faded in popularity. The only difference here is that in the case of nu metal, when its wave died, there was a giant amount of critics who had always just fucking hated the genre, as well as a bunch of eager hipsters and true metalheads who saw it as nothing but trash and would soon come to dominate the discourse around the genre and browbeat it into oblivion. And this would lead to over a decade's worth of coverage where you would see articles like this, and the mainstream opinion of the genre being that it was a mistake, even having bands that helped inspire the genre say much the same thing.
Better or worse, Rage Against the Machine seems to have planted the seeds for the genre that sprung up known as nu metal. My apologies.
To the world past 2003,
Yeah, go screw yourself, Tom Morello.
these bands were never good. Nu metal was always garbage, and if you were an unironic fan of any of these bands, then you were probably a poser or a loser. And you know what? Hey, sometimes fads happen, and they really are just bad, and only worked at that small moment in time where they were at their peak. The only problem here is that nu metal had a massive resurgence, and even an underground one much earlier. It goes to show that these objective opinions about a quote-unquote trash genre of music were nothing more than fickle views themselves. Now, does this mean every band from the nu metal
More like Voice of the Machine these days. What are you talking about? They're called Rage for the Machine, don't you know?
scene was an amazing revolutionary group changing the way that music was written? Fuck no. But the point here is that just like anything else, it's a genre of music that some like and some don't.
But also, it was never really bad. Like, in my personal view, I don't think nu metal was bad. I personally don't think that. But I also kind of can see why some other people think it's bad. Maybe they're more traditional. Maybe they're more into that style of music. I personally didn't think it was bad.
Nothing about it makes it inherently good or bad. And oftentimes the idea of tossing the baby out with the bathwater with an entire genre of music is just an ignorant and stupid way of viewing art. I mean, hell, another great example of this would actually be
Oh my gosh, I actually remember this advertisement. Who remembers this advertisement? If anybody knows the meme, say it.
Of all things. Back in the day when anime first came to the West, it was this weird niche, but people enjoyed it. Things like Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball were what dominated the genre here, and that's what most people just saw anime as.
Remember when people constantly shit-talk Nickelback? They were mid. Not good, not bad, just mid. The funny thing is with Nickelback, like, I personally thought it was okay. They had some pretty good songs that you could probably bop your head to in the car. Funny enough, they were actually my family's favorite rock band of a time period. No joke. This was the only way for us to basically listen to rock music on the road.
But as time went on and we got to the late 90s and into the 2000s, anime would end up quickly being written off as a lame and stupid medium for nerds.
And yet, yep, stupid medium for nerds. And now look what's happening to it after it became mainstream. Yeah. This upsets me.
It always had a certain level of popularity, especially with mainstream shows like Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball. It wouldn't really save it from the majority of people's opinions being that anime was weird, it was full of really crappy shows like Naruto and Bleach, and in general was...
I'm sorry, did you say Naruto?
Save it from the majority of people's opinions being that anime was weird, it was full of really crappy shows like Naruto and...
Naruto. Why is it you're making it sound... It kind of makes it sound like... It sounds like, what the fuck is it? It kind of makes it sound like it's like some sort of like very rare food. Hey guys, you want to have some Naruto? Yeah, sure, I'll take two. Naruto. Dude, we don't bring up his name here. Oh god, I choked on my own spit. Fuck. I deserve that.
That anime was weird. It was full of really crappy shows like Naruto and Bleach.
Naruto.
In general was just this really cringy thing because weeaboos liked it. I'm sure if you have any millennial friends that at some point you've probably heard them whine about how they got bullied for liking anime back in the day. Well, now everyone loves it. And yeah, that's actually kind of true. While anime was never hated and shafted on to the level of something like nu metal, it did go through a similar phase. And it wouldn't really be until the mid-2010s where it started to become the popular thing that it is now. At least mainstream popular. It was still big. Cultural attitudes and mainstream opinions are just as fickle as anything else. And they're about as fluid as a river. One day they're going to be extremely positive, the next they might be neutral, and at other times they will be absolutely negative. One would only need to look at the band Nickelback to see that play out in real time.
Hey, look, Miles, we just talked about Nickelback. Here they are.
Being a band that came out, blew up, had a huge amount of hits, played giant stadiums and festivals, only to get memed on and faded into oblivion, to where now people are back to thinking they're pretty cool again. To cut to brass tacks, unless we're talking about things that are truly objective, the idea of what's good and bad in terms of art, media, and expression is just that, it's opinion. But putting a ton of stock and importance into what people say or think is just stupid. It's a waste of time because for the grand majority of us, opinions on art and media are extremely subjective at their core. If your opinion is really just dependent on mainstream acceptance and whatever moral arbiters of taste have to say, then are you truly a fan of anything? Shouldn't your own thoughts and opinions be derived from your own tastes, the enjoyment that you get, and the meaning you derive from any of the art and media that you consume? Because if you don't have any subjective thoughts, you're just a robot. But maybe we should break this down a little bit. A24 films are objectively amazing. Their cinematography is top of the line, their artistic direction and aesthetics are beautiful, and the acting that they have on display in just about all of their films are some of the best to find in the horror genre. And these movies are definitely lauded for that, heavy critical acclaim and mainstream attention. They're essentially the modern benchmark for horror, especially when compared to the never-ending slop that we see in the horror genre. But all that praise aside,
due to copyright.
This is just an objective reality and an objective opinion at that. Objectively, these movies are amazing.
Actually, interesting point. When Obsession was essentially released onto theaters, and Backrooms was released around the same time, there was this interesting perspective that was happening. There was like an influx of critics that were basically battling between, which horror film is better? Do we think Obsession is better? Do we think Backrooms is better? And there was this thing that was popping up online where it's essentially people that haven't seen the films or anything like that, but they're essentially going something like, oh, The Backrooms is one of the worst films of all time, Obsession is way better, and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, they're both stylistically different films. Both were made with different intentions and with different story beats in mind. With Backrooms, it tries its best to explain how their in-universe works, because you have to consider from the perspective that someone who may be watching this movie for the first time may not know anything about the Backrooms from the internet lore. So they'd have to give them a new, fresh perspective on it. With Obsession, you don't have that. You're essentially telling an original story from the ground up, so you have more room to work with. With Backrooms, it has that history. So that's what makes them two stylistically different films. Objectively speaking, they're both different films. But it is interesting to see why people are so essentially quick to write it off, saying, oh, it's one of the worst films of all time. But it's like, bro, what?
Now, my subjective opinion, on the other hand, A24 movies are boring. They're overhyped and pretentious films, and underneath all of that objectively great and amazing filmmaking, they often fall short in the entertainment aspect.
On a note of horror, I've told my roommate, who's a huge fan of survival horror, that FNAF is survival horror, but it flips the genre on its head. Instead of the normal going through the danger, you're keeping it away. Yeah, pretty much. If we're talking about the games, it is a form of survival horror, but you're essentially stuck in place where you cannot leave. You cannot move anywhere or anything of that sort. the whole point of that particular game is that you have to basically keep the animatronics away from you and make it all the way through a shift. So in that particular aspect, it is a form of survival horror.
And in my eyes, a lot of them are just so-so. Yeah, I know there's going to be a lot of people commenting and bitching at me for saying that, but that's kind of my point. Subjectively, I find these movies to be boring and not worth much outside of their eye candy. But again, they're objectively nearly perfect films. Now let's contrast these A24 movies with a beloved classic horror franchise, Evil Dead. Evil Dead is one of the
Evil Dead
best
movies
series to ever find its way onto a VHS tape. And for those unfamiliar,
The Evil Dead movies with Sam Raimi before he made Spider-Man and had Bruce Campbell in it, I actually really love these movies.
with it, it's a trilogy of 80s horror films, a TV show, a reboot, and a spin-off sequel of sorts. But for today, we just really need to talk about the original trilogy.
Yeah, because I don't know anything about the newer ones. I've never seen
Evil
them.
Dead can best be described as a B-movie franchise, and I mean that in just about every sense of the word.
It's actually one of the things I've noticed that most FNAF-inspired games don't take from the games. Instead of the mechanics of the game, they take the concept, that is to say, a childhood thing but scary. If I'm not mistaken, the concept of Five Nights at Freddy's was actually derived from, I think, Chuck E. Cheese. I could be wrong. I remember there was an old, early MatPat video, even though it's not canon, there's actually a closely related story about a murder that happened in Chuck E. Cheese where 5 different people were essentially murdered by a guy that was essentially not part of the employee staff, but had stayed behind the restaurant to try to grab some cash. But he noticed those guys were there, and he essentially proceeded to kill all 5 of them, but one of them ended up surviving to tell the tale, who was, I think, the manager. His name was Bobby, I think it was. So the close relation with the idea of like a childhood thing like Chuck E. Cheese, for example, because they were probably like the childhood for a lot of like American kids growing up, to having something closely related to that in a survival horror game named Five Nights at Freddy's. Yeah, that particular concept is pretty cool. But it also feels very inspired by Chuck E. Cheese.
The original series is full of awful acting, cheesy core effects, monsters that look more funny than they do scary, and slapstick Looney Tunes style humor that constantly contrasts with the dark tone of the story. And for the story itself, it's batshit insane.
Very much, but that's what made the Evil Dead movie so great.
By the third movie of this series, the main character ends up going through a time portal back to medieval times, and it contains one of the greatest scenes in movie history. Outside of some standout elements like the cinematography, this
Hey, look, guys,
original
it's Chainsaw
trilogy should
Man.
be seen as an objectively awful horror franchise, all things considered. But that's not even close to the case. Despite failing on almost every level of what is needed to be an objectively good movie, the Evil Dead trilogy is amazing. And not even in that so bad it's good sort of way. It's actually just fantastic. While the first is definitely the weakest in the series since it attempts to be a true horror film, just bludgeoned to death by the mishaps of an at the time young and inexperienced cast and crew, as well as the shoestring budget the entire thing was produced with, it still manages to be a decent horror movie, with some intense scenes and surreal atmosphere. The sequels would end up doubling down on some of these more obtuse elements that the original had, and would bring more intentional comedy into the mix. And at the end of the day, they would culminate in the classic horror comedy franchise that is still extremely popular today.
My point is that I'm critical of modern indie horror taking away the wrong thing that actually made FNAF unique, like Garten of Banban. Garten of Banban? I don't think I've ever heard of that, actually.
with a rabid fan base and countless movies inspired by it under its belt. And that's all despite Evil Dead being a franchise that is objectively bad and doesn't even come close to holding a candle to anything as objectively good as those A24 films.
Lol, I remember laughing seeing that tomato sauce shower. that scene, I remember because the audio isn't there, I wasn't like laughing, but I could just imagine that audio in my head as that scene was going on. I forget, was it like colored water or Kool-Aid that they used for that particular shot? I thought it was Kool-Aid for some reason.
The key difference here is that Evil Dead is just a subjectively more fun and enjoyable collection of films to watch. Now, if you like A24 movies, I'm not here to tell you that they're bad, and I'm not even really trying to shit on them in any way. I'm just personally not a fan, and I think they make for a great comparison here.
Bonbon was another childhood thing with scary genre of indie horror, and there's so much like that. Oh, okay. I actually haven't heard about that game up till now. No, I'm assuming you're talking... The hero says no, I'm assuming you're talking about the Kool-Aid thing. I know it's not Kool-Aid, but my mind can help but imagine it was Kool-Aid. Corn syrup is used for all blood effects. Just corn syrup? Nothing else? Like, how do they make it look red then?
Because this is really the crux of the entire video. Despite all the weight that people tend to put on things such as critical reception and cultural opinion, in all honesty, none of this matters.
I probably was watching on computer, so it is more distracting and all kind of shit thought. Honestly, fair enough. Food coloring. Oh, literally forgot about that.
And limiting yourself or even denigrating a piece of art for simply not meeting an objective standard is a poor way of viewing any medium. While there are qualities that make something good and bad on a technical level, the only true aspect that matters is, well, the subjective. Do you enjoy it? Art isn't science. It's not history. It's not a fact-based or technical medium, unless that's the point of the art or media itself. Art, media, content creation, whatever you want to call it, is just an expression. It's a medium that is built off the creator's thoughts, vision, and prowess. It doesn't mean that negative opinions don't matter or calling an objectively bad product a bad product is wrong. But at the end of the day, your subjective view is what's most important. Your taste, no matter how trash it might be, is what matters. Because that's the content, the art, the media. It's what you consume. In my eyes, outside the realm of opinion, the only things that are truly trash are the things that are forgettable. Bad music is still fun to listen to, even if it's not being enjoyed in the way that's intended. Just like a bad movie is entertaining to watch, even if it's still a bad movie. And that's another thing. Stuff that doesn't appeal to the masses aren't lesser just because public perception isn't keen on it. That's how niches are born. And in many ways, that's where innovation is built from. It's built from the trash.
Wait. Now, what does kind of take inspiration from FNAF, while intentional or not, that does something interesting is Lobotomy Corp. Well, that and SCP, but it's a top-down horror, so the horror element goes unnoticed. Is Lobotomy Corp the same... Was Lobotomy Corp by the same guys that made Limbus Company? The biggest blockbuster move that used the most corn syrup blood was Freddy and Jason versus Jason, which used 250 gallons of blood if the movie did its original ending. If the movie did its original ending, it would have been 2,000 gallons of blood, but still, 250 gallons is a lot. 2,000 is insane enough itself. The amount of budget you'd have to burn through just to do that is insane.
Industrial is a genre of music deeply entrenched in a lot of what you hear today. And despite popular belief, it's not just a noise
Yeah, industrial music, similar with new metal, I really like. And industrial music was similarly born with, what is it, disco elements and electronic music and even some form of hip hop in some way, mixed with rock and metal. One of my favorite industrial music acts would be either Nine Inch Nails, Filter, or even Static X in some regard.
Noisy genre of rock music from the 90s. Industrial's roots and inception actually stem all the way back to the 70s, with bands like Throbbing Gristle, who went out of their way to make the most unconventional, ugly, and non-conforming music that they could at the time, which in itself was partially due to the popularity and later conformity that the members of Throbbing Gristle saw within punk music, which itself was a genre built on breaking the rules of conventional rock music. And with that, we can follow it down to things like the original rock and roll being a deconstruction and reconstruction of blues, and we can follow that down to things like free jazz, and, well, you get the idea. Much of the most influential art was originally birthed from things seen as nothing but trash. And even in the cases of actual bad media and art, stuff that really is dog shit, well, if it's entertaining, if it's fun, if it touches you and sticks with you, even just because it makes you laugh or cringe, is it actually trash? The worst thing a piece of media can be is forgettable, no matter how objectively great.
Dude, the worst thing I could potentially do is watch Birdemic on stream. Because I've never seen the movie up till now. I've only seen reviews of it, but I know how bad it is. But watching the actual movie is something I haven't done. Yeah, Limbus and Lobotomy are both made by Project. Okay, so they are the same guys. I actually did not know Lobotomy Core was a horror game, though. I actually did not know that. But I guess it makes sense. But that particular game being inspired by FNAF? That's crazy.
It may be. So I guess, in order to end things off here, I'll just say this. Your taste is trash. And that is okay. Now, before you go, this is my wall of shame. The list of names of people who bankroll this channel and keep...
Okay, quite an outro, but holy shit. But that is pretty insane. Ooh, those are the alternate and oh, I just got sent something. How are we doing for time? Okay, we've reacted to quite a bit, but I really love going through these reactions and all that. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quickly be right back. I'll pull up Be Right Back, and we're gonna play some Power World. In the meantime, can one of my moderators switch the game stream category to Power World, please? Please and thank you. All right, I'll be right back, guys, and then we're gonna play some Power World. Okay, I'm back. Has anyone on my moderator team switched the stream category yet? Mild? I'm on mobile. Ah, shit. I believe it's exclamation game, and then you just type the name of the game. So, like this. The instruction was technically there on the Discord. Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. That's okay, Fouls. That's okay, Fouls. I got it. Alright, let's continue our game. So, where we left off, I just managed to make it to level 5. And currently we are just about to head towards the settlement. So that's gonna be where we're gonna go today. Lag a little bit. I think it just goes to show I need a new computer. Alright, Windswept Island. Here we are. And look, there's me! For those who can't tell, that's me. That is 100% me. To be honest, I couldn't make myself look white enough, so this is all you have. Okay, so we're actually supposed to head towards over there, towards a small settlement. Oh, what's up? Hold on, let's just check our pals real quick. Okay, they're all doing fine. Just place these in the box. I think I only need one pal as of right now. I don't think I need too many. So currently in terms of items, I have the pickaxe and the axe. And I just gotta pick up wood. Oh, I already leveled up to 6. Nice. Ooh, wood. Listen, we gotta pick up some morning wood right here and there. It's just a thing. Alright, I'm summoning you. Gonna go aggressive. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's. Hate to do this to the lamb. Today's not every day we commit violence against sheep. Oh, I'm so sorry. I feel so bad. Stone. Fragment. Oh, it's a chicken. Oh god, cockfighting. Watch out. Fight. Nice. There it goes. It's just rolling. Alright, pet. Wait. That's the petting animation? That's interesting. Oh, now it just wants to fight. Oh, there it goes. We got some resources thanks to that. Picking up stones along the way. You know, there's a bunch of stones. How do we know a lot of these stones are megasphere? That's interesting. Isn't that like the Great Ball or something like that? Oh, it's already fighting. Come on. There it goes. There is some music over here. Hey, hold on. You did very well. Hey, let's make sure you stay out of trouble, alright? Okay, pick up some red berries. And we got some unused status points. Is there a way I kind of wish there was a way I could actually rename my pals. I think let's increase my attack. Boom. Ooh, we got ourselves a Lady of Fragment. She looks eager to help with the mining. Wait, is it he or is it she? Oh yeah, it's a she. Just making sure. Just making sure. I don't want to misgender. Wait, that looks like a gulpin. Alright, aggressive. Go. Oh, that's one gone. Oops. There was like another slime that was over here. Actually, can I still throw my pal sphere? Guess not. Oh shit. So I accidentally ran out of pal spheres. Oops. Oh, so that's where the mega sphere comes in. Okay, summoning it back. And then I'm gonna have to make some more pal spheres next to that. Oh. No, it's gonna, oh my god, it's gonna drown. Now it's just stuck in the water, it's gonna drown. That's so sad. What is it? Alright, let's go peaceful. Right. That settlement's still so far away. Wait, why was I gonna beat up a... Thank you. Oh, what the heck is that? That's, danger. Let's just keep away from that, shall we? We don't need something like that right now. Ooh, fast travel. Yes, we need that. Ooh, and a pal sphere. Yes. Thank you. Unlock fast travel here. Thank you. Who are you? When you faint, you'll drop some of the items you were carrying, but a pillar of light will mark the spot so you can easily find them. You can pick up your items by touching any part of the pillar. If you use a flying owl to reach it from above, you can safely retrieve them. Keep that in mind. Okay, thank you. That's some very helpful information. So basically, it's kind of like Minecraft. Essentially, if you die, you can essentially have a bit of time to try to get it back. Alright, we got some of that. Berries. Stone. Stone. Ooh. Gimme. Ooh, there's this thing. Right, I know what I'm getting. Alright, let's go. Ooh. Gonna need a bit of aggressiveness. Gotcha. Got it. Uh-oh. Oh. Oops. I meant to do this. Alright, let's go back to peaceful. That actually could have gone wrong so quick. Because I don't think I'm too experienced yet with combat. To be honest, the idea of just having the pals do everything sounds cool and all, but that's not what I like. Ooh. Oh, hello. Talk. Are you an adventurer? Perfect timing. Could you deliver this special dish to the settlement nearby for me? Give it to the super dependable looking one. You'll recognize him right away. Why don't I take it myself? If it's just the dish smells so good that pals keep swarming me and I can't get anywhere near the place. So please, I'm counting on you. Hey, that makes sense. I can do that. You're a new face. Don't tell me. An outsider? I mean, you're right. Not that it matters. Now that you're on the island, then why not try and catch some pals? And get extra experience points by catching up to 5 at the same time. Wait, for real? Pal teamers get stronger the more pals they capture. Like this. Oh, we got like an item? Oh, fragments. Ooh, what's this? Lift monk energy. That has to be something important. By the way, I can definitely accept backseating stuff. Ooh, penguin. Let's see this penguin thing. Gotcha. Bingo. Ooh. And getting you. Gotcha. The PAL team is hungry, that's why. Let's just rush over to safety. Hold on. Uh-oh. They're still chasing. Place him in the PAL box to heal them of the incapacitated status. I think it goes to show that I'm still inexperienced. They're not still gonna chase me, are they? Oh my god, they are. Alright. I think now that's got away safely. That's kind of a really bad spot if one of my pals is knocked out. I think that's why PAL boxes have to be built almost everywhere. Can I build another one? Oh, you can do disassembly mode. Paint mode. Okay, interesting. Let's go... What is it? Do not the clubbin. What is the clubbin? Yeah, or... Wait. If you find a fast travel point, you can just teleport back to your PAL box. Oh yeah, true. But I think at the moment... Oh, there's already one right there. And then with there, I can easily go back to the point. So this, I can transfer there and there. So I can transfer here. Okay, good. Okay, so wait, it takes 10 minutes to revive them. Alright, so it looks... we got bones. This one might be important. The thing is, I can't consume that because it's meant to go to somebody, so... Makes sense. Alright, let's proceed. Let's go back. Alright, so we have to go left. More palladium fragments. Wait, that's like a firefox. Got it. Well done. I kind of want to name this penguin Piplup, just because I think it'd be funny. Just really imagine this, right? Ooh, it's hungry. That's working hard. Alright, let's do it. Who's the good pupper? Who's the good pupper? Who's the good pupper? There you go. Alright, let's see. We gotta go all the way over there. There's a palladium over here. Alright, now we're level 7. Oh god, how do we cross all the way over there? It looks like we'll have to go up the stairs. We got, a little bit more stamina. We might need that. Uh-oh. They're thugs. Well, how was I supposed to know? Gonna go for fast travel just to get back. Obviously, I'm in no shape to basically take on something like that. But anyways, I have to already deposit some stuff. The megaspheres, we don't need those right now, so... Panel materials... Alright, let's try this again. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fast travel here instead. And I'm going to... Let's try to proceed onward towards the small settlement area. Surely there's a way you can, like, name your pals, right? Similar to Pokemon? Or is it that you can't? Because that's where I'm supposed to go. There's a level 7 pal over there. Okay, not sure what that one is. Having a pal out can potentially help with heat. It looks like you have no choice but to cross here. Uh-oh. An aggressive one. This one's a mean one. Oh my gosh, Fox! Catching you. You're gonna be useful. Gotcha. Let's get you healed up. That one looks like a... And what is that? What is that supposed to be? Oh, another one? What's another ground one? Wait, it's literally called Depresso. It's trying to kill me. It's not working. Oh, it's a poison type. Llama? Kind of looks like a llama a little bit. Oh, it's a Melpaka. There's no way the settlement is up in that hill. Ooh, messenger of love. I'm the messenger of love and emotional expression. I've come to deliver the refreshing joy your heart desires. Now let's try wave together. Press 4 to open the menu and select email. Oh, okay. Oh. That's how you do it. Interesting. I think that one was based on an alpaca or something. Something tells me the settlement is right where this hill is. Let's climb up a little bit just to get a better view. Ooh. Oh, great! You got like a large thing over there. That's definitely like a large boss. King Paka. And the things surrounding it is their brethren, I suppose. Ooh, there's another one of those things. Gimme. Lift monk energy, thank you. Probably gonna need some light for this one. There it is. This looks like the small settlement. Oh, there was like an entrance from there. I'm assuming I could have just gone from there. Whoops. Golden Hills. Oh, you're not from these parts, are you? Welcome to our humble village. We may be a small settlement, but feel free to stay for as long as you like. And don't be startled by the various pals you may see. They've all been domesticated. We humans have lived in peace and harmony with the pals on this island. Rumor has it that a massive disaster once brought them to the edge of extinction long ago. Has that piqued your interest? In that case, you would do well to seek out the World Tree. Apologies. That might require some further explanation. I'm referring to that massive tree off in the distance. Oh, basically like the tree from Sword Art Online. Is it the World Tree from Sword Art Online? Wait, they literally called it the World Tree! Oh my god! Oh no! Because, for those who don't know, in the Elf arc, in Sword Art Online, the middle of the tree is literally called the World Tree. So it's basically the same thing. A legend says that should you reach the World Tree, you will find the truth behind all there is to know about these islands. God damn it, it's the Elf arc all over again. I mean, many things call it a World Tree. Yggdrasil. That's the inspiration behind it, but that's where I first remembered it from. Oh no. You can tell I've just been brain rotted by anime all these years. You will find the truth behind all there is to know about these islands. Another claims that a source of limitless power lies within. There's plenty more myths surrounding it, but I presume you get the idea. Either way, I'm afraid to say that I don't know what you might actually find there. Okay, fair enough. I've heard that the Raid Syndicate boss may be the person to ask, but by all accounts he's been missing for quite some time now. The Raid Syndicate is an armed group that set up base at that tower. Okay, yeah, so I've definitely been there by accident, and currently rules over the surrounding area. At present, their acting head is the leader's daughter, Zoe, though judging by how unruly the rest of the members are, I do question how much order has actually been established. In any case, I would say that their tower holds some of the answers you seek, but if you insist on paying it a visit, you do well to prepare for the worst. A pal tamer? But how knowledgeable are you about pal gear? Simply put, certain pals can be equipped with tools or equipment that enhance their natural skills, making them even more reliable partners. And this would be the perfect opportunity to put one to the test. Foxparks like to build their dens close to the tower. If you manage to secure one, do try a hand at crafting a Foxparks harness. It's a raft and nifty item that allows you to carry a Foxpart around much like a living flamethrower. With such unparalleled firepower, who would dare stand in your way? I suggest you experiment with various pal gear before heading to that tower. And on that note, I ought to return to work. May fortune follow you, my friend. Alright, so we did it. Actually, I did capture a Foxparks already, so I'm already on a good track. I mean, the World Tree comes from Norse mythology. I know it does. It's just funny that I picked that up because of what I saw from Sword Art Online. Yes, the fast travel, I'm gonna need that. Okay, I'm gonna need some food real quick. Need some of that. Now, there was somebody I was supposed to talk to. I'm the chief judge of the Pal World exhibition. I came to this region to see Lith Monk, but it got away. I will give you the honor of showing me Lith Monk. You may thank me later. Okay. Guessing that's not the person I'm supposed to see. Is there someone I'm supposed to see? Maybe the bounty officer can help? If you got the skills, how about taking down a bounty? They actually look like they have an actual police officer outfit. Holy shit. They're vicious criminals that even the PIDF can't handle. Bring me proof of their defeat, and I'll pay you handsomely. Okay. Okay, so the rewards I get from the bounties, I can essentially buy these things. Pal Ice! Dude, that's so funny. Maybe you're the one? Want to know more about the bounties that Peter wanted for various reasons? If you take them down, you can rewards from the PIDF and settlements and towns. About the serial dine and dasher? The guy's a real troublemaker who's always dining and dashing in this village. Here's how he operates. After gorging himself at a restaurant, he confesses to us that, actually, I'm a dine and dash enthusiast. Today, after pulling off his usual dine and dash, I saw him run towards the cliff onto that pointy hill over there. Oh yeah, that's somebody. I'm supposed to see somebody that takes a meal. Oh, maybe it's this one? Ever explored a cave? I heard that caves are home to loads of unique pals. What's more, there are even treasure troves created by pals with a knack for collecting stuff. Give me a shout if you spawn in the caves. Okay, so it's basically the same thing. What song is playing? Oh, this is from Nikkei. It's called ACPU Freeze by Cosmograph. I'll just put it in chat right here. But you. Welcome. Haven't seen your face before. Did you come from far away? Must have been a long journey. Take your time and rest up. That was the innkeeper. Yeah, because I'm supposed to give this to somebody. That's Electro Swing. Yes, it is. What's over here? Maybe this guy? Hey there, I've got some great pals in stock. No funny business and only legit trading guaranteed. Oh wait, this is like a trading shop? Ekfirdir. So I can essentially get this for a specific amount of gold that I have. Interesting. Yeah, but that's not who I'm after. Who else is here that I haven't seen? How about you? I'm researching pal species and conducting an ecological survey, including unidentified species in this area. You have a Palpedia, don't you? Would you mind showing it to me for reference? Yes, I do. If you manage to catch more species, I'll be happy to reward you for your efforts. Would you be willing to help me with my research? Looks like I got another mission. Submission. The entrance of the nearby settlement, and find someone. Okay, so it's the entrance. Right. Maybe tracking can help me. Oh, there it is. Alright. I'm supposed to deliver it here? What's this? Is that for me? It smells absolutely wonderful. Thanks. I'll savor every bite. And he just has his back turned to me. I did that, didn't I? Oh, I think I'm supposed to go back after that. Alright, so I'll have to go back to tell her that it's been delivered. Hello, pals out of nowhere. I think I've been sort of developing my music taste as I've been growing up with life. So the pals can resist the smell of my dish after all. But I really appreciate you getting it there safely. Thank you so much. Okay, that's been completed. I got the rewards from that. Yeah, Electro Swing, I will say, when it comes to my music taste, usually I try to keep it open, but I also do find always coming back to rock and metal, especially because there's like a quality in that particular genre of music where it just feels like the more you listen to it, the more it's fun. I'm gonna switch with Caniva. Alright, and that was where Memorist was. And that's the King Paka. Looks like there's another boss over here too. At level 10, Town of the Rain Syndicate. So I just gotta work on leveling up. Right, small settlement, I'll go back. So what I'm gonna do is I'll go back and I'll just essentially set up a PAL box. Let's set it up over here. Oh wait, I have to go back to the wood chest. Alright, open. Where's it? Take half. Alright, take some of that. Alright, go to the settlement. Alright, build. Too close to a special boss or facility. Okay, so I basically can't build anything here. Makes sense. It'll have to be in one of those areas outside. What was the other submissions I could do? Speak to the plow crew where Lift Monk is summoned. Okay. Speak to them. Wait, it just says that, but what else is it supposed to do? Is there something else I'm supposed to do, or no? That one's confusing. I'll come back to this one later. Record 10 PAL types in the Palpedia. I got about 8, so I can go to about 10. What about this one? Unlock the Foxpark's harness technology to craft it to a PAL gear workbench. So I just have to unlock that. I need some food real quick. Here's what I'm gonna do. Base. looks like I can't make it on the workbench. Build? Guess not. Wait, hold on. Oh, we need a flame organ. That means we have to basically get more fox sparks. We have 2 of the leathers, 76 pallium fragments. So essentially we just have to get more fox sparks. That makes sense. They're usually found around this area, so I accidentally did travel to the Syndicate Tower entrance. Well, that's why it says Rain Syndicate Tower. Duh. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, Fowls, you were talking about do not the Clovey? What is it I shouldn't do? What is it I shouldn't do? Do not. Too bad, I just caught it. Sorry. Yes, I am supposed to find a... Technically, yeah, Vixie I'm supposed to capture. Because then that would be 10. I'm so sorry! Miss. Capture rate 50. Miss! Dang it, I missed. That was like 2 different balls that I missed. They usually swarm, but I guess they all got split up. God, I threw all the PAL balls and I still missed. I'm so mad. I'm coming back for you. I'm coming back for you, but the problem is I do not have my PAL spheres. Oh, there's a cave over here. Alright. I'm gonna make 30. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, those 2 seem hungry. I didn't realize. Alright, let's go quickly feed them. Alright, let's go get some food for you. How do you feed them is the question. Let's feed Red. Where's the chicken? There's the chicken. Oh my gosh. No, don't cry. It's okay. It's okay. I got something for you. Tell you what, here's some more. Gonna quickly eat some bread. The question is, why do you have to feed them? They should be feeding themselves. Typically, yes, but it looks like if they're working for me, I had to at least have some responsibility. RIP, I guess. Alright, gotta go back to the fast travel point. Right. Once more with feeling. We gotta at least catch that, at the very least, we gotta at least catch that, thing. I will say, I also do miss playing some Blue Archive, so I think for my next stream, I'm gonna do some Blue Archive. Right, getting some Paldium Fragment. There's Herbal. There's Vixie. That's the one I want. That's just one. What the? Dang it, it went after the chicken. I'll just take that. Gotcha. Ah, dang it. Oh, no! You killed them! Dang it! There's no others, is there? Fuck. My one chance, man. My one chance. Oh, maybe that's another one, maybe? Oh, what the hell? No, you're coming back. That's pretty dangerous. Man, this sucks. I wanted that thing. Surely there's like another spot I can find them. Also, why can't I zoom in anymore? So already I'm in the prime spot for it, but it's not spawned, I guess. Oh, there's more. Alright, you know what? Your turn. Come on. There we go. Well done. And also well done to the fox as well. Wait, why is it floating? Alright, let's return you. We got all 10, we got 10, which is good. The thing is, I am supposed to basically get some more fox ones. Oh wow, it's in the middle of the river. Okay. I know against them, the penguin one will be pretty good against it. Wait, what are they attacking? Ah, damn it, you stupid frog. Oh, weapons damaged. Great. You're trying to get a fox, and these two frogs interfered, essentially. Oh yeah, there's fish in here. Oh, it turns cold? That ain't good. It just happens to be intensely cold. Ooh, there's something here. Leather. Pick that up. Don't want that. We're after the fox, not the... Maybe lost sight of the fox. Oh, jeez. What the hell is that? Wait, weapon is damaged. How do I fix that? Weapon is damaged. How do I fix that? See, there's always something I still don't know about this game. stroke the weapon until it gets hard. Miles, that's completely not helpful. Why would I stroke a weapon that has a sharpened blade on the other end of it? Do you want me to lose my hand? I can't lose this hand right now, man. How am I gonna jerk it otherwise? How is a robot supposed to jerk it? If they lose the hand by stroking the weapon to make it hard, even though it's basically just gonna cut it the fuck off. Alright, so I recorded 10 species. I basically got the first reward. Now I have to do 20. Great. Do robots even have anything to jerk? Of course they do! Yes, robots have something to jerk too. It's a thing. It's a thing. You wouldn't know that, Mild. Robots use maintenance machinery. I mean, you're right. But yes, robots have things to jerk. They have things to jerk. I don't know why you'd assume they wouldn't, but they do. You think robots have to basically live life without a junk? Are you crazy? How's a robot supposed to piss? How's a robot supposed to poop? Have you seen that zone animation from XJ9? She's living proof that they have things. That robots have things. I don't know where this discussion went. That feels completely foul. I am going to slink back into my cave in living shame. Clanker comes from the sounding shark. I wanna fucking die. Alright. Take it. Oh, he's already dead. Dang it. He was already dead. Fuck. Over there. Oh, I went with something else. I should have just used a right click. That's one. Oh my gosh. Foxpox attack is highly effective against Jolt. Any resources? Thank you. Alright. You've already done enough. Is there a mode to not kill? Unfortunately not. Technically, I should just be fast enough. I realistically should be fast enough to switch out from aggressive mode to defensive mode, or just being peaceful. Alright, more resources. Basically, we just went to an entirely new owner. I gotta drive, I'll be back. Chad, don't say any gamer words about me. I swear to God, guys, listen, alright, Chad, make sure you behave. Fowls is still here, she can still do shit. Just make sure you behave. Technically there is a mode where you don't kill. It just means I just have to be fast enough. Oh shit. Look at me! It's just spazzing out in the middle of this rock. Listen, I don't want to alarm people, but, I think my character may be just aggressively humping the rock. I don't know why. It's a very chronic condition. I don't know if there's any way to fix this, except maybe just going away. Oh, there you go. You just have to jump. That's all you need to do. Right, look at me, I'm doing parkour. And then I'm back on the ground. Alright, let's turn you back into my pal ball. What was I gonna do? Going back here. To basically continue going after the foxes. Oh, there's the big. Oh no, that's a bad idea. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, God. Run. God damn it. Why is it these things have to happen? Realistically, I do have to do these things fast. There's no other way around it. Alright. Wait, how much is it do I need? I need 2 more flame organs. Alright, give me that. Alright. Alright. It did its job. Come here. Well done, Piplup. That's your new name. You're gonna be now known as Piplup. Actually, hold on. Oh, you can edit the name. Alright. You are now known as Piplup. And let's go to my other parties. Fox, I am gonna call you... Fennec Fox. That is your new name. Alright, I got 2 new names. I gotta come up with some other names for the other pals I have. How are we doing for time? Oh, it's actually getting almost around that time. Well, let's quickly check the main base. Oh, it seems hungry. Oh, it's not even hungry yet, but yeah. Oh, it's that hard at work. Right, I got a mutton for you. Oh, sorry. Chicken. Nice work. Have a pick, have a pick. Well done. Alright, that's everything I'm supposed to do. Catavia's trust increased to 1. Its stats rose. Oh, that's the friendship level. Nice, nice. So I have to record 20 more pals in the Palpedia. And essentially I have to capture them. Alright, how... Oh my god. Some of these levels upset me. Some of these levels upset me because we see my cat is level 6 and the rest of my Pokemon is level 7. No matter what I do, I can't escape it. No matter what I do, I can't escape it. This sucks. This sucks. No. I accidentally wasted a Pal Ball in anger. Fuck. That's another one. Alright, come here. All done. How much do I need? Oh, I can now make the harness. think now I'm actually supposed to go back to the building area. Or actually, no, yeah, let's go back to base. Just gonna create another. Chest. Oh yeah, and then I can essentially set it to keep specific items. Wait, why is there a timer? Oh, is there a timer for how long I can wait till I can eat it? Okay. Nice. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go. Alright. We'll call it there for now. We gotta return the title. I think the next time I play this, I'm probably gonna play with a squad. I definitely wanna play this a bit more with a couple of other people rather than just doing it myself. I think the point about, playing it by myself for a bit is just to understand the mechanics a little bit. And I think that especially helps. I think that especially helps in learning the mechanics when you're playing by yourself. I think next, there's actually one video. You know what? I'm actually going to do one more reaction video. And then we'll end it for the day, and I gotta make a quick announcement for everybody. So, do stick around. I'm clocking in. Hey, Sai, welcome to stream! We're almost about to end stream, but we're just gonna do one more reaction video, and then after this, I got like a small announcement to make. And, yeah. So everybody do stick around for the announcement. It's gonna be very important. It will be relating to streams for the near future. Oh, a squad, you say? Oh yeah, for Pal World. Thanks, pals. So we're just gonna do one more reaction video, and then I'm gonna make like a small announcement. This will be relating to streams in the near future. What's gonna be happening from here on out, and things like that. So do stick around for that. In the meantime, we actually do have this video from It's a Gundam over here, and it's about Extra Emily. I will say, when it comes to Extra Emily, I myself don't particularly like her because she's getting preferential treatment similar to Hassan does. So this one will be especially interesting. It's a very short video, and I think it's going to be going over the streaming culture. And well, since technically I'm now a part of it, I think it makes sense that I at least throw in my few cents. So let's go do it. And everybody is welcome to add in their own 2 cents if they want.
I can't look at chat anymore. I don't want to pull an extra Emily. Oh, I'm so sorry. I love her lack of energy.
Actually, now that I think about it, why is it that a lot of streamers essentially do driving streams? Why is it they have to film themselves driving on the road? What is going to happen when they essentially fuck up? They're going to get banned, like what Emily essentially ended up doing. I just don't see the point of streaming yourself driving on the road. I could probably do it as like a joke if we're going to the Outback or some shit, but for the most part, why? I just don't get it.
God
giving us nothing.
Modern streaming culture is a clear sign that the Twitch community...
Oh my god. I don't know if you guys saw it, but Miles showed me a video of a Walmart the other day. And essentially, they're selling the exact same shirts that Chris Chan essentially wore. I'm not joking. It's the exact same shirt that Chris Chan wears. You know that red with the blue thing? It's the exact same shirt. I swear to God, this is true. I will legit show a photo of that. You know what? Let's actually do it right now. I'm actually going to legit show a photo of that, just to show you I'm not lying. It was a photo of a Walmart. Oh my gosh. Like, look at this. Look at this right here. Right here. This fucking shirt is here in fucking Walmart. I cannot believe it. This is so funny. Oh my gosh. Anyways, let's continue.
is infested with Chris Chan caliber humans and the engineers of tomorrow.
The video footage here was from Kai Cenat's riot just a few years ago. He promised PlayStation 4s and didn't deliver. The black children stormed the streets.
Wait, wasn't this during the time there was like, Kai Cenat was giving out like free PlayStation 5s, and then the whole streets of New York essentially got flooded, and then, some people had to go to jail? I think this was that moment. It's the store I work at, by the way. Yeah, that is... Oh my god, I remember that, and that's even crazier. Did you talk to your bosses about it?
Police that had to save him from the very mess he created.
What am I gonna do? I'm Hitler's top guy. What am I gonna do? Adolf Hitler chose me to lead the revolution.
By the way, speaking of Kai Cenat, did you hear about that whole streamer university thing he's doing? I can guarantee you that's going to go wrong. I doubt many of them know who Chris Chan is. Listen, Miles, I don't know about you, but I have a video series for you that you could show them, which has every single detail about Chris Chan's life. Don't actually do it though, but that would be so funny.
He's not funny at all.
It's a Gundam. He's sexy without knowing he's sexy, and that's really sexy.
One thing that never changes with Twitch is the preferential treatment of their content creators. Extra Emily is among the anointed ones who have Dan Clancy's phone number on speed dial just in case they're ever upset with TOS actually being enforced upon them. One day Dan Clancy's gonna get called creepy by an e-girl and get fired. Then maybe, just maybe, Twitch will have a CEO that isn't a clout-chasing gooner weirdo.
So, you know what? Speaking of Dan Clancy, I don't know if I showed this photo. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys a photo. There's a possibility some of you have seen this photo. Let's see if it's here. Where the fuck is that photo? I have this photo right here. Don't worry, I got this. I promise I got this. It's right here somewhere. Where are you? There you are. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. Okay, guess not. Damn. Hold on. Hold on, I got this. I'm just gonna use fucking paint. Alright, you guys ready for this? You are not ready for this. Are you ready for this? Look at that! I wonder who's standing beside him right here, and I literally photoshopped this image as like a joke. In reality, I was holding like a Final Fantasy 14 like billboard or whatever, And then literally after this, I was gonna Photoshop like a picture on it and just pretend it's like, hey, he's on our side. Woo, whoop-de-doo. But I actually didn't end up posting it. But it was like a funny image I put together and I was editing in myself because he actually visited Australia at one point and he was posing alongside me. He had no idea I was not his biggest fan. It was the funniest thing ever. Also, I think this was around the same time I pulled like a stunt at that PAX Australia where I essentially wrote something on the wall. I wrote like a message on the wall and it essentially got covered up the next day. I swear, it was real. But it never got picked up by like news outlets or anything like that. But no, this was something that actually happened. It was so funny. Where the fuck is it? Here it is. I'll come back to this one later. The first year Kai did stream at university, the university he rented got trash from a lot of the streamers. Of course! Why am I not surprised? God, it's like a lot of these streamers are so destructive. Not me.
And back of, I think it was TwitchCon 2024, Will Neff was back there, some other top streamers were back there, and Extra Emily and Emeru were back there. Brother, he did not talk to a single other fucking streamer. NMP Lowell was also back there. He can vouch for this. Dan Clancy was talking to Emeru and Extra Emily exclusively.
Here's the thing. The problem is I know Tectone could be telling the truth here, possibly. The thing is you also have to consider who he is as a person. There's things that you have kept to yourself in the past only until it's beneficial to you. But if they're basically on your side, then you're not going to say shit. You've even admitted in court that you only did your thing as like a grifter. You are not authentic yourself, Tectone, no matter how many people want to believe it.
I went to talk to him. I was met with a one-word response.
Not now, Chief. I'm in the zone.
There was another male streamer, Russell, who went to go talk to him. He was met with a laugh and a one-word response. And then he went to continue to talk to Emeru and Extra Emily. I'm telling you, this guy is a coomer. This guy is a gooner. And the only thing he cares about is female attention. It is embarrassing. As a 70-year-old CEO of our company with a wife, how much preferential treatment he gives women. It's embarrassing.
Something tells me he's not getting a lot from his wife. Just saying.
Tits in this. So she like has her tits on my shoulder and she's like holding them up. I'm holding the award, taking these selfies, posted one to Instagram. And Dan Clancy is just staring right at us. Just going. Maybe you.
That's so fucking creepy. And this is a 70-year-old man too.
There was after the movie event that we did.
I was there.
Yeah. And he was like, guys, I'm actually having a hard time with what to do with the pools and hot tub section. Like, what do you think? And he pulled out his phone and showed us his Twitch. And he was like, yes, I do watch these girls. He's like, this is something that we have absolute problems with.
He's a monster.
Man, I actually remember seeing that original video of the bell guy. That was wild. Also the fact that he had an anime shirt on as well. I was like, I kind of made a joke. I was like, man, what closeted weeaboos get up to in their daily lives?
Comment and subscribe.
Anyway, Extra Emily got in trouble for
DWA, driving while Asian.
Basically being an Asian woman that's driving on the road in Cali. That stereotype is never going to go away.
reckless driving for a third time. And for her, that was...
And this was the third time, too. I was like, okay, if you went through this, you're doing reckless driving and you do this for the third time, I think it's probably clear that maybe you should have someone do the driving for you. Just saying.
It was a 24-hour ban. But in the case of anyone else like Aged Andy, it's a lifetime ban. Sorry, buddy. You should have tried being sexy and attractive for Dan Clancy.
Bro, 9.
What the fuck? Why did I get jump scared by Alpha Rad without a beard? Okay, no, that's a Reddit mod. Please don't call him a weep. Okay, my apologies. It's a weep. It's a Reddit mod who masquerades as a weep. Okay, can we agree on that?
Years ago. I'm still banned for eating chicken nuggets and driving. Twitch, please. I just want to play Maple Story and stream.
Not happening, buddy. Dan doesn't think you're cute.
This guy was the guy in charge of the Twitch partners when I got permabanned on Twitch. He would solicit nudes from girls and fast-track their partnerships, and even sexually assault a partner and promise to help her career. But I get banned for 9 years for just driving and eating.
I forgot this guy's name, but I got a clip of Simpson Bear complaining about him not helping her quick enough. I guess the used panties didn't make it in the mail on time. I was going to play the clip for you, but she is dropping the
Yikes.
F-bomb for a bundle of sticks. Like there's no tomorrow on Twitch, which is wild, because people get banned for life for less. What she doesn't understand is this dude did her such a solid. If this was a dude or anyone else, she would have been gone and she would never be able to sell her adult content effectively, if not for a pervert that worked on Twitch, shielding her like Captain America. And the best part is she's reading this and putting him on blast like he couldn't do enough for her. Holy Jesus, these women have no moral compass. They're grateful for nothing.
You would do that.
You know what sucks? She looks nice. Like, Sin right here, she looks nice. Why is it that the nicest looking ladies that stream have shitty personalities? God, man, this is why men don't date.
Not just ban the idiot. I can't help even with this. Bitch, you can never help Hassan. Who are you kidding?
Certainly. Isn't she lovely? She's good. Gorgeous.
Anyway, point is, this dude was a massive creeper. A huge piece of shit. One of...
What is this? Twitch employee Hassan Bokhari has officially been banned after allegations of misconduct. Am I really surprised anymore? If you know the stories that I've been hearing, I would literally be chewed up, eviscerated, spit out onto the streets, maybe dead. Maybe dead.
Many that work at Twitch. And the platform sweeps all of these people under the rug like the matted balls of dog hair that they are. Let's just get back on point.
In this day and age, there's only two types of people I fear and that can kill you faster than you can blink an eye.
Man, I always... okay, I hate to say this, but I kind of always have this thing with It's a Gundam's editing style. This thing that he does where it's just like, he's talking on his cell phone, I'm like, guys, buddy, come on. At least don't do this too frequently. Because I gotta at least hear you. Because they were pretty much their entire life with hundreds of men fueling that ego. They were forced to develop a personality. So, if they went through hundreds of males, wouldn't that mean there's a problem with them, not the males? Maybe the misogynists do have a point.
Asian female drivers and female police officers.
Racist, sexist, homophobic.
And now a word from our...
Age-phobic. You're forgetting that one.
Our sponsor.
If you or your child spent years growing up on social media and experienced $1,000.
Bitches.
Sorry, I'm not staying for the ad.
Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad. That was my bad. I gotta check my... my bad.
Wait, what is it?
Oh, sorry.
Idiots in cars, everybody. Another segment for idiots in cars. Oh man, I love it. If for those who don't know, we actually did a segment where we basically reacted to idiots in cars, and it's still great.
Okay, my bad.
Here's another one right here.
That was my bad.
Maybe you should just not focus on a camera and just stick to just looking at the road and driving. my good lady.
I gotta check my my oopsies.
After watching this clip, you realize that Extra Emily's in her own world while live streaming. Check your mirrors, check your blind spot before making the turn. Nah, fuck that. It's Emily's world. She really is the Family Guy meme brought to life.
How much signal I need to cut across 8 lane? None? I turn now. Good luck, everybody else.
Oopsies.
Isn't she
Good God. Good God. I'm actually livid. That joke is actually funny. No! Because it's so true. Oh no.
Lovely. It's fine.
No, it's not
We are
fine.
making it. Good thing they did their horn. Oopsies. It's fine. Good thing they did their horn. I had autopilot on and then I literally took it off.
So then why didn't you leave it on?
And then that's when that happened, bro.
Did she just admit to relying on Tesla's autopilot feature to help her drive? That shit is not foolproof, my dude. And now it kind of worries me about how many people are in Teslas that are just this brain dead.
Another crash and more.
I mean, this is why I personally wouldn't want to own an electric car. It just feels like too much work. Not only that, there is always a chance it could be unreliable, so wouldn't it make sense to just have better control of your car on the road? That's what I feel personally.
Grief as questions swirl around Tesla's self-driving tech. Lawyers and families of the victim
Oh shit, it was a fatal Tesla autopilot crash.
told NBC News
Yeah.
they take issue with how Elon Musk markets self-driving technology.
Next time Extra
Yes, of course. Everything's Elon Musk's fault.
Emily could go through someone's living room, and I am here
But in
for
this
it.
case, yeah,
That's
probably.
what I call must-see TV. Shit, how do you do an Asian impression? Must-see TV. Twitch didn't give a rat's ass at first at Extra.
Well, that would be considered racist to some people. Ilara. I'm just on fire today.
Emily had done this dumb shit because she's done it 2 times before. Hell, Twitch staff even thinks it's cute.
Hold on. First ban, October 13th, 2023 for texting while driving, lasted 18 hours. Second ban, April 12th, 2025 for running a red light while looking at a stream's chat, lasted 24 hours. Third ban, which is recently, June 29th, 2026, for nearly causing a car crash from looking away from the road. And, wow. I'm guessing that one didn't last either. People in Asian countries never need to learn how to drive while being safe, so there's no culture built around it. Yeah, that is the unfortunate problem. It's the way that you essentially drive in Asian countries is very different to how you essentially drive in a place like America and Australia. There's going to be different driving rules, so you have to get used to that.
The only reason they banned her was after major backlash on Twitter, and they only did it for a single day. In the gayest attempt at PR damage control since the last time they banned Hassan Piker for demanding the death of a U.S. senator. They literally waited till news outlets picked up on it, and they're like, okay, we banned him for a day. He's learned his lesson. And when you think about it, Tactone was banned for 14 days for calling Frogan fat. I was banned for 7 days because I upset Pokimane, and I wasn't even streaming on the motherfucking platform for like 2 months.
I am ready is about to set sail. This kind of day couldn't get much better, but it keeps on trying.
You know what sucks? I'm almost 30. I'm almost 30. This makes me feel embarrassed to act like how she acts when I reach that age. Because I gotta ask myself, is it possible for me to even have fun anymore if I see shit like this on my timeline? Oh, so horrible.
Dying.
Oh my god, this is a goddamn nightmare!
Extra Emily is Baby Shark for brain rotted Zoomers.
How much filter is she using? Yes.
With no direction in life. And an Asian fetish. I'm serious. With each passing day, I wonder how the hell is she popular. I'm beginning to believe she's an industry plant or a psyop.
Weekend. And The Weeknd knows who you are. I promise on my life he knows who you are.
He does?
The reason why I know, because he was at my studio last year. He was recording something.
I love The Weeknd.
I'm not gonna say what he's been recording, but
Yeah?
he was recording something.
That's the best gift you could ever tell me.
I don't give a shit. See, like your average repeat offender in a blue state, she revolves in and out of the system. She really brought it.
Wait, what is she doing over there? Extra Emily is holding an auto stop sign asking for a ride instead of driving herself, following her ban for reckless driving. Listen, is there a possibility that if someone stops for her, is there the possibility for car sex involved with it? I'm sorry, that was bad.
Home by pretending to hitchhike in light of the one-day Twitch ban. Then she caught a ride from.
Also, second thing involved. So you get banned for reckless driving, right? Now, what part of your brain would have to register to essentially go, okay, so I got banned for reckless driving. Ooh, I know. How about do more driving stunts by just basically hitchhiking people on the road? Fucking smart. She's actually LARPing as being homeless. Yeah, because she has a fucking cardboard sign. She's basically pretending she's homeless, even though people know it's a nice looking lady. It's a very nice looking lady. And she's just holding a little cardboard sign. A little cardboard sign over here. Just stopping for people on the road. Holy white Asian Batman. Oh my god, that has to be a quote. I'm throwing this in the Quoteville section on my Discord. Holy shit.
This officer, which I'm pretty sure was staged. I don't even want to bother looking for this clip because I'd rather save the brain cells needed for this for my deathbed so that I may have a coherent sentence when I go out in misery. Later in the day, she even gave a heartfelt message that was like a speech from Winston Churchill during World War II. The simps lined up to throw money at her, almost killing someone. I nearly wept tears of joy as the LeBron James of being a brain-dead female streamer returned to center stage. God be praised, Emily's back.
Okay, sorry, my...
Oh no, how bad do you think this is gonna be? You're gonna have to give context to the white Asian part. But here's the thing. It's a quote. There's gonna be quotes in there that are gonna be out of context. Sorry.
My brain's all over the place. I'll just say my thing before so I can just say it now. But if you don't know, I
just realized something. She's saying all of this while wearing a crop top, and she's right behind this, what looks like this small hut over here. Passenger Special Services. Emily, are you telling us you're retarded?
suspended 2 days ago for distracted driving, and I clearly understand.
Correction. It's not just distracted driving. It's reckless driving. Get it right.
Why I was suspended days ago for distracted driving, and I clearly understand why I was suspended because it's very dangerous and.
Completely understand, but yet you still did it 2 more times. You did it 2 more times before this third one. You're gonna do it again. People are gonna know you'll do it again, and you're gonna get banned for 1 day again, and it's gonna be the same story all over again. Nobody's buying it.
I want to learn from my mistake and do better in the future.
You still haven't learned from that same mistake. Just don't stream while driving. It's simple. You've done it 3 times already. You're just gonna keep doing this.
So from now on, I'm going to try to minimize the amount of driving that I'm doing on stream. And if I do drive on stream, I'm definitely gonna have the chat off.
Was that? I feel like this time that wasn't on purpose, but come on.
And I just want to do better and not make the same mistake again and again. So I do feel really bad for being distracted and not being safe on the roads, and I totally understand why people are like, what the heck? Like,
Extra Emily and Sykkuno are perfect examples of streamers turning 30 years old, and when they get caught doing messed up things, they act like an anime character instead of just owning up to what they did.
It's why.
Oh my gosh. Yep. It's so funny they even mentioned Sykkuno in this perspective, even though when it comes to that whole situation, which I've already talked about in great length, the whole thing about that situation that makes it so much more funny was that nobody seemed to pick up on the fact that it was the girls that were essentially going into Sykkuno's DMs and are the one laying the initiatives. The one thing that Sykkuno did not do in that whole situation was to place a boundary between them. That's what makes him a scumbag, but not a predator. He did cheat on his ex. Well, not really ex now. They're still together. But people wanted to label him as a predator so bad. But when people noticed that this was not the case and there was so much more bullshit going on the other side, they were like, nah, fuck you, we're defending him. Which I feel like at this point, yeah, you can accept that he did something bad, but you are still allowed to defend them if there's a valid defense for the other things that he did not do. Right? Minimize driving on stream, not stop driving on stream. Yes, we didn't ask you to minimize driving. We're asking you to stop. Because you've done this 3 times already. No more. But we know because you're going to minimize it, you're still going to do it. You're going to do the same thing as you've always done before.
Love to see your sub count just skyrocket.
W's in chat, everyone. Yes, Emily.
Man, why can't I have subs like that? I'm not complaining. But damn, life isn't fair. Life isn't fair, everyone.
I mean, this has happened 3 times now, but I'm sure you'll get it right this time. You are so awesome for this.
There was a time when this kind of thing shocked and bothered me, but now
Oh god, I actually hate this picture.
No longer. We live in a world where people are giving Kylie Jenner money so she could become the world's first and youngest female billionaire.
Here's the thing, I don't know about you, but you look at the amount of subs that Emily's getting and the fact that people are donating Kylie Jenner money or whatever. Is it even fair? I ask you the question, is it even fair? Not even close. Your parents were right. Life isn't fair. Exhibit A right here.
We're now watching Twitch viewers give Extra Emily money for being a dangerous driver and saying sorry again and getting preferential treatment.
Hatter said that he was trying to hit her up. I'm guessing this was before she got ousted by the VTuber scene. Which just know that all of those women were quietly seething that Sykkuno was trying to hit up the Uber Hitler VTuber as well as them. Actually, that is a good point. That is actually pretty funny in hindsight. And I think it was Powder was the only one that essentially was like, nah, not interested. At least she has standards.
On Twitch, Asian Andy can kick rocks, but save Emily, everyone. These people are the same humans that would scream about the injustices of any other system in this country, except the corruption that they see every day on Twitch, because they're parasocial for an average Asian girl that has a massive list of dudes she fucked during her, and I quote, hoe phase.
I have a note in my Apple folder. It has the list of every person that I've had sex with, and I rank the sex, and
let me see.
I rank the dick. Is that weird?
That's awesome. I mean, it's definitely not normal.
Really? Because I want to remember like my body count and stuff, right?
No comment. No comment.
I feel like the older I get, I become more like Mugatu at the end of Zoolander.
Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Is this where we are? Maybe it is. And frankly, it really doesn't matter. If you're not on social media and the internet, none of this matters. So long as you're getting outside, you can remain normal. The worst part of it all is nothing will get better. Nothing will change. Extra Emily and the other Twitch streamers that Twitch prefers can do whatever they please. And it also sets a dangerous precedent, one where other streamers then see that there's really no consequence for driving poorly or being stupid and distracted, so do it anyway. And worst case scenario, if you actually do something stupid, it'll become viral, and you can use that to promote your streams and get more viewers. From Casey Tron driving obviously under the influence, to black streamers just racing down the highway and getting into crashes. It's happened a few times. I'll only play one. What else have we got? White women driving poorly and getting into crashes or almost running over people. Like, it's... We live in the digital dark age. And though technology has brought us closer together, we've never been further apart or dumber than ever.
Man, to think that streamers are even worse drivers compared to normal everyday drivers. Yikes. Alright, I have at least one more video to watch, because I kind of want to rant about this a little bit. It's only 40 seconds, but apparently this post comes from this account called Narrow Sumi, and it looks like it's on a Trash Taste podcast. You know, Z, with people in the world, the things, the more I know, the more I despise. I'm exposing you to the realities of the world. I am sorry to do this to you, Sai. I am so sorry to do this to you. Unfortunately, you need to be known the truth. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. Or some shit like that. But anyways, I have one more thing to show, and this is from, it looks like a Trash Taste podcast. I haven't seen this yet, but apparently some people have some problems with that.
Modern... Younger people and audiences, well, older people too, have been like, they're like not brainwashed, but like fucking coached into like seeing things that are problematic and thinking like, what is this?
Yeah.
This is not a reflection of me or my character. It's like, bro, you played a game. It's like, if I played Sino Uta, doesn't mean I'm a fan. I'm a #1 like stan of Uta. I love everything about it. It's like, I experienced the story that was on offer.
Yeah.
And I think people are afraid to jump or be seen playing games like this because they're like, it's like, bro, that is not even remotely close to the truth. And when you boil down conversations like that of discussing media like this, you are absolutely robbing any nuance in any way to discuss these things. Modern younger people and audiences.
The funny thing is, coming from Connor, this is ironic. Because I think in the past he's pretty much shown that he's pretty much a tourist when it comes to the anime community. And he has gone after certain animes that he has deemed as problematic. So, in this regard, since the fact that this is coming from him is really, really funny. I live under the mentality of, it's not that difficult to be better than me, and yet people keep failing. Pretty much. I feel like that's what most people should do. Just live with the notion that, just say, it's not saying you're better than them, but just say, yeah, I'm less than you, but it's not that difficult to be better than me, and yet you still fail to do so. He owes his entire career to the Shota Fujo anime. Wasn't it the Black Butler anime, actually? Unless I'm mistaken, I thought it was the Black Butler fandom that actually gave him his career. I could be mistaken. But some of the quote retweets I should actually show are pretty interesting. There was one that I think retweeted. Actually, no, never mind. Sorry, let me like this one real quick. People are mocking his take, and rightfully so. Dude is on the forefront of denouncing problematic media, even in a room full of people who like it. On a show made for people who like it, with an audience of people who like it, he still scream at the top of his lungs about how hecking problematic something is. Black Butler Shota. Yes. So it is Black Butler. So actually, I will say I have not seen a single episode of Black Butler. I just knew it existed, but I had no idea what it was about. But if his whole career is because of that, this is really funny coming from him. Also, I'm just seeing the score. I think a certain Shepherd has some explaining to do. One thing that frustrates me about younger people right now is not wanting to engage with something because it explores a topic that makes you feel uncomfortable, but I also think that you need to engage with media that makes you uncomfortable within reason. Makes sense. We got Chibi Reviews who also says, I think this was the one I actually ended up agreeing with. I just wish they would admit who is actually causing these problems, and I'm just going to straight up say it because I don't care if it upsets people. Back in 2020, thanks to everyone being locked in their house due to COVID, people had way more free time to do things they'd never considered doing prior to COVID. This gave way to a boom in streaming, content creation, gaming, and Japanese media, where many sectors within multiple industries started having mass growth in revenue and viewership. One of the main anime people who latched onto in 2020 that boosted anime into the mainstream was Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen. They were vastly different from what newcomers ever experienced from Western media, a company that with animation that is outlandishly great, it is no wonder why it exploded. However, these people engaging with these two animes are still mostly individuals that would bully actual anime and manga fans for watching something like Food Wars or Nagatoro. Those two anime, truth be told, are considered normie anime, but the point is that they are so unfiltered than Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer, that it's a cultural whiplash deemed problematic. Now, as for the groups that are causing this, it's mostly the same people that ruin Western media and gaming with censorship, quote-unquote leftists pushing agenda. They have been infecting Japanese media prior to 2020, but it only escalated thanks to the boom, where nobody could ignore the forced change taking place. Now, I will admit, I have seen the right want to censor anime and manga, too. George is a good example of this, too. Both sides just want to force change on the media that is vastly different. In fact, I'd say otaku culture is more hated and under attack than ever before. Just showing you a room full of anime merch is considered problematic now. You accompany this with minority groups that make up 2% of the population that clearly want to farm rage bait against anime. It's a recipe for disaster. So in conclusion, the bullies that threw you in the locker for Dragon Ball are now LARPing as anime fans in the 2020s. To be honest, I actually kind of agree with Chibi's point right here, because he's not exactly wrong. We've entered a situation where a lot of the media that we like is now essentially been bombarded with people that would essentially make fun of us for liking the things that we like. There's a few other quote retweets here. Yes, even this one, bringing back the time Connor brought Hassan to the Trash Taste podcast, one of the most controversial episodes. We even got some from Savvy over here. We even got some from Hirohei. Full disclosure, I actually used to watch Hirohei back in the day. Now I don't as much anymore. We got Christina, got Bandman over here, whom we rated recently. So basically, it's just a bunch of quote retweets, essentially making fun of Connor for his taste, because everybody realized, yes, he's now basically ironically calling out the exact same thing that he's tried calling out before. And it's just really funny coming from him, unfortunately. It is just what it is, unfortunately. Alright. Let's go back. Alright, now we're back to our talking window. That was fun. Now, I also said earlier that we have a small announcement to make. For those who don't know, I am going to be changing my stream schedule from next week. And this is going to be a set stream schedule that will be going on for the foreseeable future. Now, the announcement that I'm going to make is that I will be announcing my streaming times. It is going to be happening starting from next week. It is going to be on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday at 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. This is for me. For American viewers watching at home, this will mean that I will be streaming on the times between Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Those 4 days I will be streaming at the same exact time, which will be at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time or 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, depending on your time zone. this now, now, now. On those streams, you will be seeing more of me, of course. I will still continue covering topics like these as usual. I will also still continue playing games as usual. However, I will also make sure that my streaming co-host, Eden, will be streaming on some days as well. I have convinced them to make sure that they will be coming back to streaming on my channel. You will be seeing them. And if opportunity allows it, we will collab on stream together and play games together. It could be of roguelites or fighting games, who knows. With that being said, there is going to be a chance that I may not be able to stream from, I think, 2 weeks onward, because for those who don't know, my family is going to be going through a pretty rough time. My actor's father is going to be getting surgery. He's going to be getting surgery, and it's going to be a very intensive one. He is okay. He's not in any real danger or anything like that. But we just have to be there to make sure that he gets through this without having to be alone. So we will all be there for him. And when that happens, I have asked Eden to make sure that she'll be streaming on the days that I will not be streaming. So there is a chance you'll be seeing more and more of Eden on this channel during the days that I'm not here. And I will make sure of that. If there's a time where we will both have to take a break, we will let you guys know. You will essentially find out more information if you look at my YouTube community posts, or on my Twitter, or on my Discord server. So that is the announcement that I wanted to make. So hopefully everyone has had fun today on the stream. We actually ended up going a little bit over time, but this was super fun. I actually had so much fun doing this time around. Having to stream back-to-back, though, is a bit of a task. So I'm happy that tomorrow I'll be able to take a little bit of a break, which will give me some time to be refreshed and to be back for more. So, let's look for someone to raid today. Let's see. Who could we raid today? We could go raid Leaflet. I think let's go raid Leaflet. All right. Mods, can you set up? Sorry. Mods, can you set up a raid for Leaflet, please? Actually, it's okay. I got it. Okay, so the command is those application commands where you have to press the key where the question mark is, the slash. You click that, and then you just type in the name, and there you go. That's how you do it. So, anyways, we're gonna go raid Leaflet today. Say our hellos, then our highs. Here's the raid message for everyone. I will let you... Wait, I share viewers with BB? Okay. Do you think we should go raid BB? Do you think we should go raid BB? Let's go see what happens if we try. That's an invalid username. Wait, what? Did I do it wrong? Hold on. Let's try this again. There we go. Alright, so we're gonna go raid BB. say our hello, say our highs. And here's the raid message. Go say our highs and hellos to her if you guys like. And yeah, make sure you go subscribe to my YouTube. Make sure you go subscribe to Twitch if you guys like your content, what you saw. Make sure you go follow my Twitter if you haven't already. I will shortly be making an announcement on there pretty soon on content that I will be posting on YouTube and Twitter. Do be on the lookout for that. Do visit my Discord if you like. It's !Discord if you guys like to visit. Thank you guys so much for visiting today. Thank you so much. I'll be seeing you on Tuesday, which will be Monday for American viewers, at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll see you guys very soon. Zheelious, signing out.